Welcome to another SPbN production. The following is rated for mature audiences and may contain graphic themes that will be distressing to some viewers. As always, we recommend you ensure the safety and well-being of yourself and those around you at all times. Viewer discretion is advised.
In the heart of night, we rise from shadows, howling at the moon, igniting our battles, cleansing dire of an endless fight, until our final days we will fight. Thanks, man, we stand united as one. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the grave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Everywhere we run, the wind is at our back. All the warring forces we will track. From the depths of the ocean to the clouds in the sky, vampires tremble as we learn to fight. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the grave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Everywhere with the pack, let the night be our guide. In battles of honor, we shall never hide. Rock will never hide.
Good evening and welcome to the St. Pete by Night Entertainment Network. St. Petersburg by Night is an online World of Darkness community originated in St. Petersburg, Florida, but now slowly stretching its tendrils around the world. My name is Kent, also known as Misha Kent on all social media, and I will be your storyteller tonight. And it's Tuesday night, and you know what that means. It's time for Rage Across Tampa, our 5th edition Werewolf the Apocalypse Chronicle set in the city of Tampa Bay, Florida. You should go follow St. Pete by Night on all of that social media you see listed down below. And you should join our Discord community by following the Discord link, where you could be one of over 150 community members discussing things about the world of darkness. I've even heard that there are some games that are looking for players currently. So if you're interested in hopping into a chronicle or starting one of your very own, head on into the Discord to do that. Also, if you really want to support the community, you should join our Ko-fi by becoming a member, where you will pay as low as $5 a month to gain all sorts of access to behind the scenes material, like our Rosebud Thorns that we do after sessions, like early art releases, and coming soon, snapshots of people's faces that you don't normally see reacting to some very intense moments or funny moments or silly moments. Who knows what the case may be, but you can get access to all of that and more by joining our Ko-fi, by following that Ko-fi link down below. We really appreciate the support, and it does help us make this stream and this community bigger and better all of the time. So we thank you for that. But enough of the plugs. Let's get to the real reason we're here, Rage Across Tampa, by introducing our players. Players, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourselves, if you please?
Hi, everybody. It's Champ, Champagne, Kleeping Bleak, whatever you want to call me, and I will be playing Aspen Wise, Philodox of the Silverfangs.
Hi everybody, I'm Nori. I will be playing Malicious Jester, the Galliard of the Black Furies.
Sorry about that. Sometimes buttons just don't want to be buttoning. Hi, I'm Preston. I play Jason Dreams and Decay Thorn, the Urge of the Bonar.
Howdy do, how are all of you? My name is Nick, and I will be playing Izzy, aka Entwined Smiles with Claws, although I think I'm on the wrong show.
Good evening. I am Knack, and I will be playing Murphy, and I'll be up to no good as usual.
Hey everyone, my name is Ben, and I'll be playing Raymond Gorn, the Ghost Council Philodox, from the other pack.
It's true, your eyes are not deceiving you. We have a guest from the Hellhounds, the pack leader of the Hellhounds, joining us tonight, and you will see why as you stay tuned to tonight's episode. But before we get into that, let's get everybody caught up as to where we are now. Last week, Jace had a confrontation, official meeting with Eshu in a dream where he found himself in the dreaming at a crossroads, and he was able to ask all of the questions, or at least a lot of the questions he's been meaning to ask in regards to why Eshu didn't show up for Ravi, where Eshu has been this whole time, and what Ishu's ultimate plan is. Jace also learned that the only way for Eshu to be freed and to take him directly to the dreaming would be for the staff he has been contained in to be broken, for all the magic to be let loose. However, the effects of that magic just being let loose willy-nilly could be problematic if not done by the staff's creator. And the last time Jace encountered that particular creator, they were a few juice boxes short of a lunch line. So it may take a little bit of navigating and maneuvering to make that encounter happen the way he wished. We then saw Aspen check in with Jester as she is in her recovery process from Piney Point, having plants literally growing out of her body. That's not something someone shakes off very easy, especially when that plant is wolfsbane, their allergy. So Aspen checked in with her, made sure she was doing okay. It seems like she was getting ready to move back to the apartment and out of the cairn, having healed enough. And then Aspen started making plans for the future, starting to reach out to other Septs and make contact in hopes of maybe building up the new nation, or at least bringing the old nation around to their way of thinking. After the break, we saw an introduction as we saw Isidoro, aka Izzy, for the first time arriving at the Morgantown Sept in West Virginia, hot on the trail of Charles Albrecht, and hoping to possibly confront his former pack mate, pack leader, mentor. How that's all going to turn out, we'll just have to wait and see. And then Jester had a conversation with Charles where she confronted him about being so distant ever since Piney Point, and came to learn just how much it affected him to lose control of himself, possibly for the first time, or the first time in a long time at the very least, and putting a pack mate in danger by means of Jace really was bothering him. But she managed to talk him down, convince him that there was a way around it. He would just need to get more in touch with his wolf side. And so we'll just see how that develops. And then finally, we were introduced to another new face as Murphy McNamara, plain old human, or at least so you'd think, encountered a bit of a challenge when they attempted to hack into the financials of Pelfrey and Weiss, the law firm, in hopes of scoring a little bit of extra dough, as they had many times before with their credit card scams. But instead, they were stopped by an individual known as I Hate Mondays, who told them to redirect their efforts elsewhere in order to get the real big score. And that redirection seems to lead towards Ballard, Anderson, and Bateman. With a little bit of research, Murphy was able to find out that, in fact, this had come because of a program he had downloaded, a keyhole program known as Odie, where he ended up giving access to the program's creator, who could monitor his activities and even find out some very, very important details about his very identity. That being said, let's get into tonight's episode, picking up where we left off with Murphy as he tries to track down more information about this program and the individual responsible for it. Murphy, it's been a couple of days since the encounter with I Hate Mondays, and you've been doing a little bit of research on your own into Ballard, Anderson, and Bateman. You found out that they are a nationwide law firm of some repute and size. You had thought that they were limited primarily to the Tampa area, as one of their main headquarters is in Tampa, but upon further research, you found that there are some links back to Chicago, and not just recent Chicago, but possibly the last 60 or so years this law firm has been around, possibly even longer than that. And so with that information in mind, you kind of store that to the back of your mind, keeping some notes on that, and then decide to look more into Odie. So that being said, I'd like you to roll me a wits and technology roll as you try to track down some more information and traces about Odie and its creator.
All right. That's three successes on 6 dice.
Okay, so as you look back, kind of trying to find where you found Odie, what led you to it, you see that Odie is in fact a keyhole program primarily located in the Tampa, Florida area. It doesn't have much reach beyond that and seems only to be accessible for the most part to local users. But what you find out is that Odie was a counter program to a social media network known as Blood Bank that was particularly popular up till about a couple of years ago, when it seemed to have vanished from sight. So the building of Odie was in response to a program known as Blood Bank. Looking into Blood Bank, it was basically like a Twitter or like another social media program where it was an exchanging of messages. People could post photos. It was actually very rudimentary in its make as compared to some of the more modern social medias, and it had a very limited user base, but ever since it's just kind of disappeared, as have any records of Blood Bank with it. Looking into it further, you see that there has been some conversation in some more secluded community networks where they've talked about how they've been using Odie and how it's been primarily useful going against large corporations. Any attempts to go against smaller entities have either been redirected or completely shut down in their attempts. So trying to use it on any kind of small or local business or a mom and pop shop or anything like that seems to come up empty, but using it against larger multinational or nationwide corporations has proven very fruitful and successful in hopes of finding out information about the company, accessing their financials, and having a backdoor program that would lead into that particular entity. With all that information in mind, what do you do?
Murphy is familiar with the idea of white hat hackers, of people with good hearts that go out of their way to make their programs hard to use against those that might not deserve it. A little frustrated that they didn't catch the back door that was left there, since they had done their rudimentary sweep of the software, hoping that that would be enough, but obviously it wasn't. More than that, though, curious as to how this software was developed to track large corporations. Murphy takes some notes, perhaps using some kind of automatically updating whitelist with like Fortune 500 companies or something. But moving on from that, they're going to try to find another user securely, nothing that exposes either one of them, but going through these old forum posts and linking them to other forums or other identities online to see if they can track down someone else who's used Odie that had the same experience, specifically the redirection, since that redirection is exactly what happened to Murphy.
So as you're looking through the forums and kind of trying to trace it down, you find that most of the posts happened around the launch of Odie. So probably about 2 or so years ago. There was a lot more chatter about it, and then things kind of got quiet since then. However, about 6 months ago, a user popped up on the forums kind of inquiring, asking more questions about it, and that user's name is Tumbleweed. And they have been kind of looking into and curious about if anybody has gotten in contact with the creator of the program, if the program's still being updated and used, as well as some other just more curious inquiries into it.
Murphy doesn't want to end up falling into a easy trap and is gonna do what they can to make sure this Tumbleweed character isn't some government agent or corporate hacker that's trying to get a hold of this information and use it.
Sure. So why don't you give me either an intelligence and investigation, academics with research if you have that specialty, or technology, whichever your best role is of all of those, to try and see if you can unlock any more information about the user known as Tumbleweed.
Would it be possible to get any kind of benefit from the fact that I also have decent streetwise, trying to pick up on clues that might give it away?
Absolutely. If you want to do intelligence and streetwise instead, you can do that as well.
I'd still be
Whichever your
better off
preference
with
is.
technology, yeah.
Okay.
So we'll do tech. 3 successes on 7 dice.
Okay, so with your research, kind of delving deeper into it, you find that they are a fairly newer user, and based off of what information you're able to find at first, it seems like they're obviously using a VPN as you're redirected somewhere else. But with your abilities and skills, you're actually able to crack the VPN and start to trace the signal back. And at the time of the posting of the messages, it appears that they link back to Arizona. That seems to be where the user had started posting from.
All right, so some simple information, and nothing in my trace or in my other research necessarily gave them away as a member of the enemy. So I'm gonna... Okay.
Yeah,
so I'm gonna
nothing.
go ahead and reach out.
Okay. So as you send an inquiring message to Tumbleweed, what do you say? And what handle are you going to be using?
Murphy will use the handle TGIF.
Okay.
And I'm going to message Tumbleweed, and the message is just going to say... Actually, the message is just going to be a link to the post of them asking questions. Keep it cryptic.
Okay. So as you send the link to the post, I'd say maybe an hour or so goes by before you get a response, but the message you receive in response is bot ?
All skin and bones here.
Again, probably about 10 minutes goes by. So what do you know?
About as much as you. You mentioned a redirect. Did that happen, or did you hear about it?
Mostly what I'd heard from reading the forum articles. However, I too tried to use the program to gain some insight or access to information and was shut down and redirected myself fairly recently.
Recently? Your post is pretty old.
Yeah.
Mind sharing who you were after, since you got redirected anyway? Or maybe who they sent you after? And I, as a gesture of goodwill, I'm gonna link them to the Ballard, Anderson, and Bateman front page.
The response you get immediately is in all caps, not them. But then I was looking into a potential friend, a bar owner, hoping to get some insight into their activities.
Something private then, but why not them?
Let's just say I've heard that their cybersecurity department is top notch. One may even say elite.
So you're not up to the challenge?
I prefer my battles away from the keyboard.
Could be useful. If their cybersecurity is so good, I might need somebody to pick something up or drop something off if that's your interest.
You get a GIF back of a younger boy just kind of wiggling and waggling his eyebrows up and down.
I'll take 50% of the risk. I'll do the scary part if cybersecurity is not your forte. But I am going to need probably a bug or maybe something even better inside so I can get started.
I can see what I can do, but I have heard that security is rather tight, especially around the downtown area as of late.
Do we know why?
As far as I'm aware, there is an agreement between two underground organizations, a ceasefire, if you will, between gangs. And one of those gangs is strongly connected to Ballard, Anderson, and Bateman.
Scary, but gangs tend to be pretty dumb.
Not this gang.
Well, there's no rush. I doubt I'm going to get anywhere much faster than you will. So why don't we just agree to share what we find?
Before I get into bed with anybody, I prefer a little bit of foreplay first. Tell me about yourself.
Well, the sand between my boots is a lot less rainy than the Arizona kind.
Okay. You have skills. I can appreciate that. And you're right, it's a lot wetter down here than where I'm from. But I like it that way.
That makes two of us. Florida's beautiful this time of year. And I'm figuring that the Bay Area is a common home if we both are so interested in BAB.
My interest might rival yours. I have different interests in regards to BAB. What's yours?
Call it curiosity. I don't handle being challenged with an interest in backing down.
And I try to keep an eye out for the little guy.
That's sweet of you. The smallest ones are usually the most poisonous, though.
Not in this case. Unfortunately, the poison rules from on high.
All the more reason to get vaccinated.
I think we should meet.
Yeah, I've already made a few mistakes. Why not another one?
You'll have to understand, I am at times a paranoid sort. So I'll probably be bringing a friend with me. He's a little overbearing at times, but I think he'll keep his distance enough to make sure you're comfortable.
As long as there's streetlights and open businesses, I'm fine with meeting up.
I just learned about a new place, a local place, one that I hadn't experienced before. The Armature Works. I don't know if you know about it. It's along the Riverwalk. That seems like a ideal place to meet. Plenty of people around, but also enough room for some privacy.
I've been around there. What time?
Let's say tomorrow at 8 p.m., just before they close.
Sounds good. Far from the sketchiest place I've been that late.
Look forward to seeing you there.
Same to you. And if there's something weird about your friend, I'm gonna bounce. But I think you know that.
Oh, there's plenty weird to my friend, but nothing that you have to be worried about.
Fair enough.
At that point, they stop responding. What are your thoughts about this event, this potential encounter, as you wait until the next day and prepare to head out for it?
Murphy is mulling over whether or not it's worth it. It was easy to find this person. Maybe not easy to track down information on them, but there's still no guarantees that this isn't a problem waiting to happen or a trap waiting to be sprung. Murphy considers, pops open Fiverr and a few other forums, wondering if anybody's recently posted that they'll go be a stand-in at a party for him, making sure there's no easier option before giving up on that and deciding they're going to go themselves.
Yeah. So as the next evening arrives, when do you plan on heading to the location?
Well, Murphy's local enough that it certainly is a place Murphy's been to or been around before, but not actively scouting and looking for ways out, that kind of thing. So probably going to do a little bit of research, see if even tonight Murphy can get an idea for how many Ubers are in the area, throw out a couple of fake driver requests and see how quick someone responds, walk the area that night and see if there's anything obviously concerning, and then maybe walk the area during the day looking for escape routes, places to run and duck, cameras, stuff like that.
Okay, give me a wits and investigation as you try to gather some more information preparing for your encounter.
9, 6, 10, and 8. So that's 4 successes on 4 dice.
Okay, so as you look into the area, you find that one, the Uber population, especially located around the Armature Works, is pretty strong. There are a lot of people coming to and from that location. The Armature Works itself is a repurposed trolley repair warehouse that has become an open market of sorts, especially for a lot of local vendors, artisanal foods, that sort of thing. The market itself is, again, fairly open in this large brick warehouse-esque building. But what is very nice about this location is how open the surround of it is. It goes down to the river on a well-manicured lawn. There's some human-sized chessboard off to one side, lots of small gathering tables for people to eat, and yeah, it's just very, very exposed, possibly by design.
That'll bring a sigh of relief to Murphy, realizing that Tumbleweed chose this location for the same reasons that Murphy scouted it, probably because it's very easy to get out of, just in case Murphy's not who they say they are. And seeing that, being comfortable, Murphy's gonna make sure a couple of friends know that check-in times need to happen, the standard stuff, carry an encrypted tracker in their shoe, and get everything they need ready just in case something goes silly.
Okay, so as you've made all of your preparations, reaching out to your friends to make sure that they are checking in on you or at least aware of what you're doing at any time, you drop an air tag in your shoe, giving them the information to track that air tag and to ensure wherever it is located at any given time. You finally decide to head out to the armature works. Now, how early would you arrive in advance, or would you arrive pretty close to the meeting time?
Probably at least an hour and a half, maybe at the tail end of sunset, or maybe a little bit after that, given the time of year, and make sure that nothing has changed, that there's nothing strange, no vehicles that sit there the entire time and are occupied, or big vans, anything that stands out.
Yeah, keeping your same awareness roll. You see that there are some vans, but they look like they are connected to the armature works themselves. They're either for deliveries, or maybe one of the stands inside also does catering, so they have a catering van, but you're not seeing any like suspicious unmarked vehicles or, you know, SUVs with tinted windows outside of the normal. Nothing is catching your eye or making you suspicious.
Then the last bit of scouting to be done is going to be some programs on Murphy's phone, allowing them to check for cameras that are out of sight, check for trackers that they're unaware of, stuff like that, before finally moving in and just waiting at the meeting place.
So there are some cameras in the armature works itself, as well as some nearby street cameras, but for the most part, nothing overly concerning. There's nothing out of the norm. You do see a couple of users have their phones with Wi-Fi hotspots going, but again, nothing untoward seems to be happening, at least at this particular time. So as you are waiting within the armature works, do you get any food? Where are you kind of posting up, waiting for the arrival? Since you didn't set a meeting point with Tumbleweed or a specific, you know, signal to give yourself away or to recognize them, what's your plan there?
Knowing that it's only going to make any sense to Tumbleweed, and that it might just come off as a silly thing that people wouldn't pay attention to, would it be possible for Murphy to have gotten one of those "Hi, my name is" stickers and it just slipped it onto their chest right at 8 o'clock? It says TGIF right across it.
Absolutely. Yeah, so getting one of those stickers, placing it on your chest, you end up waiting at one of the tables, and almost exactly at 8 o'clock, a young woman's voice pierces your attention as she says, "Howdy, stranger." And as you turn to look, you see a woman with fairly tan skin, kind of long curly hair that's held up by a turquoise handkerchief. She's wearing a tied up button-up shirt that's exposing her midriff, has turquoise bracelets on both arms, and is just wearing some well-fitted jeans that go down to a pair of boots. About 30 or 40 feet behind her, lingering near one of the entrances to the Armature Works building itself, is a man who is possibly one of the largest gentlemen you've ever seen before. He stands easily at 6'5", maybe 6'6", and is almost as wide as he is tall. He is just built, fully muscled, likely a boyfriend or maybe a bodyguard of some sort. He wears a very tight-fitted t-shirt and a leather jacket, as well as black jeans that go down to a pair of sneakers, and he is watching this entire interaction very intently.
Hearing the young woman greeting, Murphy turns leans on the table and says, "Howdy do."
Thank goodness it's Friday. We chat?
Yeah, I figure just us and the tumbleweeds.
Perfect. And she gestures down towards the riverside along the walk where there are a couple of park benches that are set up along the way, and most of them seem to be unoccupied due to the colder temperatures in Florida recently. A lot of people aren't hanging out, especially locals are hanging out outside more than they have to. And she just starts strolling off in that direction towards one of the benches.
Murphy follows, realizing that that's still a pretty open, visible space, but it's definitely more private for a conversation, harder to be eavesdropped on.
As soon as you arrive, she seems to pick a specific bench in particular and then finds a seat upon it, as if she's met at this place before, with how comfortable and specific she is about her choice. She then sits and drapes an arm over the back of the bench and turns in your direction, crossing one leg over the other. You're awful young to be getting into this kind of business, aren't you?
Oh, age is just a number. And Murphy pulls out their phone and flips through a couple of things and is going to try to use an app to see if this, because this is a specific bench, Murphy wonders if they're being recorded and that maybe this isn't routine as much as it's intention, trying to see if there's any kind of recording devices nearby that are picking up on their conversation.
Sure, I don't even need to make you roll for this. You don't pick up any strange signals coming off of the bench or near the bench, more than obviously she likely has a cell phone as well, which has a signal associated with it, but nothing unusual about it. It is just doing the usual cell phone thing of connecting to the towers and to the local Wi-Fi.
Part of what Murphy is doing is posturing. They've only ever met up with a couple of people from these spaces in person a few times, and every time Murphy has made an intentional choice to come off as prepared and intelligent and threatening in that way. So after doing that as another gesture, similar to when sending over the information that they sent online, Murphy sets their phone down in between the two of them, screen facing up, so it's obvious that there's nothing going on, no recording, no apps or anything happening.
You can see that she's studying you and watching you as you're looking for signals with just a genuine wry curiosity, as she hasn't stopped smiling since she kind of approached you and introduced herself. That smile has turned into a smirk, more like, but she watches you with a gleam in her brown eyes as she just looks you up and down and over, and then says, "So why them? Where were you going originally?"
Ironic, but I don't think it's entirely random. This must be one of those businesses that's being looked out for by this white hat, but I was looking into other law firms. Not sure if maybe they pivoted me to this one because I showed some kind of interest in that kind of target, or if it was maybe chance, or perhaps there's some deeper grudge here. You seem to know more about them than I do. My turn. Where did you find Bruce Banner?
He's a friend. He actually came from Arizona as well. We have a mutual understanding, I suppose. He looks out for me, I look out for him, and we've become very good friends since.
Does he turn back into a normal man when you hug him?
Would you be surprised if I told you that is the normal man?
A little bit. Your turn.
How have you survived uncaught in this world for so long? You seem to have a pretty impressive acumen and knowledge of the sort. Where did you pick up these skills, and how have you not been caught as things get tighter and more difficult recently?
Friends a lot older than me, people that were around when the internet actually was founded, showed me a couple of things. You can learn a lot online if you're at home with nothing to do during a large-scale epidemic.
That is so true. It is definitely a way to keep one busy. And is this what you do as a career?
It sure beats typing in Excel sheets or working at some kind of counter.
Always found office jobs to be too constraining, but I suppose they have their use in their place. I consider myself a casual dabbler, not nearly as educated or, and she looks down at the phone, paranoid as you are.
Honestly, I think it's part of the fun. What you do probably gets you shot at every once in a while. What I do could land me in federal prison if I'm an idiot, but it's not as likely if you choose the right targets.
Agreed. And I prefer personally not to even put myself in a position to get shot at, but to be fair, it has happened in the past.
I figured muscle like that, your whole line about preferring in person. If you do something stupid, it's a lot more likely to be dangerous in a physical sense. My stupid, just like I said, might get me doxxed.
So they handle TGIF. Why that one? And also, is there something else I can call you? Because I think TGIF is a very off-putting name.
It is pretty off-putting. You know what? For now, call me Spider. I don't think we're on a first name basis, but I do think TGIF might be of interest to you. When I got my little redirect, the user put "I hate Mondays." Probably a boomer.
Oh. Yeah, I suppose that makes sense. I like the clever wordplay. And if we're going to be using clever names, I guess you could call me Jackal.
It fits if I'm going to be Spider that you'd be Jackal. I'm going to try not to get bit, and I hope the same for you, but you took this meeting up pretty quick. I think you have some kind of interest in BAB, and to be honest, I'm just here to learn anything I can. That's why I'm happy to share whatever I know.
I do have an interest. In fact, I think there are several of friends of mine that have an interest. You have to understand, Ballard, Anderson, and Bateman have hurt a lot of people. And not just here, all over the country. Because when you go against an entity such as that, they are more interested in self-preservation than anything else. And it's not even them specifically that I'm most interested in, but who they protect, who they serve, who they are involved with. Because, Spider, it is a massive web that they weave.
Yeah, they looked pretty old, and with age, like you said, maybe some of that paranoia, that need to keep going. I think it just makes them easier as a mark goes. If you know what they're interested in, you can play with that, but you said you're interested in who they're working with or protecting. I'm sure this goes back to that 2 gangs ceasefire stuff you mentioned.
A little bit of that. I think that's more local interest. You see, they have... Well, they took a dump in my backyard and didn't clean it up. And I don't take kindly to that.
Fair
Why
enough.
I'm here and not home where it's, well, colder than this right now.
I didn't consider that. I guess deserts get cold at night, huh?
You can only imagine. And yes, they are old. Very old.
Well, mi casa su casa. I'd be happy to help a non-local get into whatever it is they're doing. After all, I'm really here for more of a proving myself kind of thing, if I'm being honest. I think that whoever redirected me has probably some interesting contacts. And if they designed the program that we've both used and been redirected by, well, I think I'd like to know a little bit more about them. I'm more than a script kiddie, but I'm certainly not a programmer.
I think that makes two of us. I have been intrigued by them ever since I first started looking into the area. It's actually one of the reasons that brought me out here, aside from Ballard, Anderson, and Bateman. And I think that there is a very interesting story to be told, linking back to Mondays and Odie and early 90s comic strips.
Yeah, I think maybe when I go to meet, I'm gonna bring lasagna.
Always a good introduction.
Other than that, if you're not just interested in meeting, I do have a couple of things that I haven't dropped off around there, but you probably have something of your own. Murphy's gonna dig around in the bag that they carry and offer up some of the traps they've been preparing. Things like preloaded USBs, pineapples to jack Wi-Fi that might be local around that building to try to get some information off of someone on their lunch break that could get them in. Stuff like that. I haven't actually walked around there, especially since your comment about security, but if you're really good at the in-person stuff, you could drop these off.
If I'd have known we were bringing gifts, I would have brought something of my own, but yeah, I think I can work with this. I'd be very curious to find out what you find out, so if I can assist, I'm happy to do so.
Sharing is caring. I definitely would appreciate a partner going into this since I'm pretty blind, unfortunately. But I have the feeling this is one of those things that if I don't act on it now, it might just go cold and I don't get a chance later, so.
Well, we don't want to risk that. I will say, though, Fighter, if you do go out, when you do go out, just be very careful where you decide to go. As I said, things are tense, to say the very least, around here, and I don't want you getting caught up in something you're not ready for.
I will take the warning as a wise one. Besides, if you really are going to do the, meat space stuff, I have no interest in putting myself in some kind of stupid situation that you have to pull me out of. You mentioned not having a gift, and I didn't mention it because I prefer to keep you indebted if I can.
Well, I have a lot of gifts, but none of them for you at the moment. But I'll make sure next time to be prepared.
I have every reason to believe you. Well, if our business is conducted, it is pretty cold out here, and I don't know if you noticed, but mesh doesn't hold heat.
No, it doesn't. I've found that I prefer ethically sourced fur.
Ethically sourced. I pick it up and go, that's like organic. I think 9 times out of 10 it's a lie.
Not in this case. Well,
I'll trust you when it comes to shopping then.
Oh, I have an excellent fashion sense. And I think that we could definitely do something more with all of this, although you have a pretty good look to yourself as it is right now. I wouldn't want to mess with something that's working.
It's a lot better when we're not dealing with cold fronts back to back.
Isn't that the truth? Well, I look forward to talking to you again soon. Perhaps we'll have some updates the next time we meet.
Sounds good. I'll drop you a link so that you can reach out to me easier. None of that TGIF stuff.
Wonderful. She gives a brilliant, dazzling smile and a wink before she stands up and turns back towards her friend, who has advanced but still seems to maintain 30 or 40 foot distance between the two of you. He gives a little nod of his head to her and then a slower, more focused nod to you before the two of them proceed into the parking lot and out of sight. What's going through your mind now, having put a name or a face to the name and having learned a little bit more about what appears to be happening in the area?
On the way out, Murphy gives an exaggerated bow, but not one so big that it draws everybody in around them's attention, and then blows a kiss to the Hulk before starting to wander back a long way around to the street that they planned on taking to leave and go home. Murphy is wondering if what they're doing is dumb, wondering if they're just getting lucky, or if this is the kind of thing that works if you just try it. Murphy has not exposed themselves to this level previously, but there's been a boredom building up in them the last several months in a row. It's making them less cautious. So I'm thinking to myself, this will either be the greatest thing I've ever tried or the dumbest thing I've ever tried. And I should really schedule dinner with my dad.
When we try things, they can sometimes work in our favor and sometimes work against us. And in our next scene, we are following up on somebody who tried something and maybe it's not completely to their benefit. Aspen, you found out that the pack leader of the Hellhounds has dabbled with the worm not just once, but twice. And when you found out about the second time and learned that it could potentially be linked to the worm entity known as Hashugut, your interest was especially piqued. Because for all you had understood, back when the last rite was done of the new moon, Hashugut was destroyed and was unable to be contacted since. So this leads you to bringing Raymond Gorn to the swamp where you had last attempted to summon Hashugut to bring him forward. Conveniently enough, or possibly not conveniently enough, this is also the place where Raymond had encountered Hashugut previously. So as the two of you approach, I'd like to hear what's going through your minds, and then the scene will be yours. We'll start with Aspen and then go to Raymond.
Aspen is frustrated because she knows what it's like to be a leader, and making dumb decisions does sometimes come with the territory, but to do it so frequently in a short amount of time is a bit much. But also another part of her does know what it's like to have to make tough decisions and to make stupid decisions sometimes, and ones that people don't agree with. And that's a learning lesson. So she's coming into this stern, but also with a bit of empathy and understanding as well, and trying to get to the bottom of what his thought process was in all of this, and also what Hashugut is doing and why he's still around.
And Raymond.
Being brought out here, I'm a little worried. I mean, I know I made the decision, and in the moment, I thought it was the correct decision. I still kind of do, but after everyone's concerns were voiced, I was a little bit more understanding for why this could be a bad decision and why it probably is. So coming out here, I'm expecting to be more reprimanded, but also like figuring out what this worm spirit is and exactly what connection Aspen and everyone else kind of has to it, because it seemed like this was something that they knew about. So I'm very intrigued to learn that.
Aspen, give me a wits and awareness before we get into the scene itself.
3.
Though he's done a fairly good job of obscuring it most of the time, you can't help but notice that Raymond only has 3 fingers on one hand, as 2 of them, his pointer finger and his middle finger on his right hand, appear to be missing.
Okay. As they walk to the area, she's just going to casually kind of grab his wrist and hold it up, not to her, but to his face, and look to him and go, "What's this about?" And let go.
Showing no resistance to having my wrist grabbed and kind of put in my face. I'll sigh a little bit at being reminded again in person about it, because last time Forge called me out about it. Well, this time it wasn't anything too bad. I communicated with Horn Serpent, and I did it a little hurriedly, so I didn't bring something to offer in exchange for the advice that Horn Serpent gave. And you know my track record with payments. This was the payment for getting the advice from them.
Okay. And now this is just permanent? When did this happen?
I don't feel like it's permanent. It happened just before the moot. Probably a few days ago. Forge saw it first, kind of explained it to him, but whenever I try to heal it, it doesn't come back, but I don't feel like it's permanently gone. Like I have a feeling that I have to do something.
Have a feeling, or you are aware of what you need to do?
I wasn't explicitly told that this is what I need to do, but I'm pretty sure you know what I have to do to be able to get what the cost was back. And you already gave me a time limit to deal with it, so I'm going to be dealing with it and getting, hopefully, my fingers back. If not, I have to learn to shoot with my other hand.
Aspen gives a small roll of her eyes as she puts her hair into a ponytail, walking into the swamp. And what are you going to do with that, Raymond?
Following along, again, letting out a little bit of a sigh. I mean, I've already made, I guess, a deal with Delphine in dealing with the mark and dealing with whatever consequences I had with the deal between Hashugut and, you know, the Jordan situation. I'm getting the help from the rest of the pack. Hopefully, Sean and Eliza might be able to help. I need to talk to them about it, but I'm working towards resolving that with the help from them and Delphine. So it's gonna be resolved one way or another.
Help is a wonderful start, but I asked what your plan was to do about it. What are you going to do to rectify it?
don't really know. I mean, how can I fix the situation of lying to everyone for over a year about it and hiding it from everyone? Trying to do everything on my own. How do I fix that? I said sorry once. Like, there's not much more I can really do right now.
Sorry tends not to fix everything. It's just words. Your actions speak louder. So, in that position, how do you expect to fix it in a way that not only you, but your pack sees as done well in their eyes?
I think that's something I'm going to have to figure out in the coming weeks. Because at this time, I don't know. I don't know what I can do to fix it and have them see that it was done well. Because right now, their view of me, from what I've been told, has been a little tainted.
Aspen leans against a tree, kind of pulling her satchel purse over to the side, digging through it. You know what a Fomori is, yes?
At this point, yes, I know clearly what a Fomori is.
From your talking around this issue, it seems that you don't choose to believe what it is.
I want to believe that there is another option in dealing with them, at least dealing with Jordan, that whatever one immediately recommends of killing them immediately and having that be the solution might not be the one that's required all the time. And that's what I'm hoping for with Jordan.
What do you believe is the most likely outcome?
At that, Ray will kind of fall silent and not respond to that question. Just kind of staring at Aspen with a little bit of a pained look, but trying to hide it.
Don't ask, because I already believe I know what I think you should do. And I think you know, so any talking around that would be a moot point, because I'm sure it would be the same thing you've heard from others. That this is not something you can accomplish. And I believe that. But that doesn't change what you believe. But I know what it's like to make decisions that hurt other people. When you think you're doing the right thing, but maybe it's the selfish thing. There was a time in my beginning here, my leadership here, where we had a decision to make. We were dealing with the storm, and we didn't have the cairn we have now. It was something different. And to appease the storm, we had to sacrifice something. We could have, well, Eliza was out of the question, of course, but we could have sacrificed Regina, Artie's car, could have sacrificed things connected to other ones in my pack. And you could call it selfishly, wanted to make sure they didn't hurt. And I wanted to make sure that they were okay. So I chose the cairn. And the cairn was destroyed. And in doing that, every single person that helped build that cairn for us lost a little bit of themselves. And I hurt so many more people trying to help the ones I cared about. She pulls out a bit of snake skin and hands it over to you as she keeps fishing in her purse. What I'm trying to say is, of course, we want to make sure the ones we care about are okay. But you really need to think about who's going to hurt in that process and if it's worth it.
Taking the snake skin that was handed to me and looking down at it, glancing back up, watching Aspen dig through her purse. At this point, that's the one thing I'm scared about. I mean, I've already made the decision. Because, I mean, I kept him hidden all this time. I made that decision myself. And I thought I was making the right decision, but obviously keeping it a secret led to a lot more issues than what I perceived. And it hurt them a lot more than I thought it was going to. I still think if I told them earlier, the reactions would have been a lot more hostile. And I would have been ostracized immediately and potentially thrown out. So I don't regret waiting this long in that aspect. I regret waiting so long because maybe if they didn't react that way, I could have gotten help sooner. But I don't want to hurt my pack because of this. I want an outcome where everyone doesn't hurt like you tried to make that decision. But I am starting to think that maybe that's not possible. Because like you said, you could tell me the correct way to deal with it. And you would have told me, Charles would have told me, Ember would have told me, Eliza would have told me, everyone in the pack would have told me, and Horned Serpent would have told me already. So
I also worry as she looks back up from her purse and makes eye contact with you. What life is left to live if you do succeed? Is it a life of suffering? Is it something he would want?
before, when Charles asked me that question, I said that if I was able to bring him back and help him recover, that he would hopefully be grateful to me that I was able to help him and save him and bring him back. But I've been saying it a lot, but I don't know if that's what he would say at this point. There's a lot of things I don't know now.
Leadership is hard. And unfortunately, you're stuck with the hardest decisions because when people don't know what to do, they look to you. And especially when it's your own shortcomings that become the problem. And you have to do the hard things. And I know that sounds awful, it sounds terrible, but this isn't about you anymore. This is about the people you're leading, the people who are supposed to look to you in these times. And if you can't make those hard decisions, they're never going to see you as what you need to be for them.
I mean, I feel like I've been able to make some hard decisions and help the pack out in numerous ways, but
that's when it's not about you. That's when it's not yours. It's not your burden. It's your choice to make for other people. This is a choice you have to make for yourself to help the ones around you, to ensure that they believe in you. This one is completely yours. And that's when it's really hard. And that's when you really have to dig down and figure out what kind of person you want to be for these people, for yourself.
yeah, I am starting to realize that. And like you said, this is probably the hardest decision I'm going to have to make at this point in my life. So it's going to take a little bit more thinking, hopefully not too much, to kind of solidify what is the correct decision.
Can't sit on it. It's not how it works here.
Fortunately enough, you gave me a time limit, so I can't think too long. I am a little rushed.
And I trust that you'll make the right decision. I do. I think you are a great leader. Tactically, I think you're a fantastic leader. Just think discernment when it comes to you. You falter. But I trust that you can do what needs to be done and figure out the best way to do this for everyone involved. And when that day comes, I know that I have to be this stern leader who pushes those things to happen. But I hope that you can come to me when those decisions are made.
I trust you and your advice and your opinion a lot. So I will always come to you if I really need it. And I will listen. I'm saying that now more than when I used to say it in the past. And God, I do hope I make the right decision.
I think you will. And speaking of coming to me for things, has no one taught you how to deal with spirits properly?
I mean, Eliza and Delphine have talked to me a bit, but you know how we are. Sometimes we pay attention, sometimes we don't.
She leans back over and grabs your wrist. This says you didn't pay a lick of attention.
Like I said, sometimes we don't.
Well, I'll show you how to properly call upon and interact with the spirit. And you can tell me what kind of stupid deal you've made.
Sounds like a plan.
Aspen starts pulling like little vials of mushrooms out. There's like a wet specimen of an animal, like a small mouse that she pulls out, different things to kind of entice a worm spirit, and as she kind of keeps handing them over to Raymond to show the kind of things that she's prepared to interact with the spirit. You bring them things that entice them, or things they enjoy, or things that they'd like to devour. It doesn't have to be very specific, but something that shows that you understand the spirit and who they are. So you always bring something. And a smart thing to do, even for us Philodox, is to always have something on hand, especially if you interact with a specific spirit regularly.
Watching as Aspen's bringing everything out and kind of explaining, I will nod along, listening to what she has to say, and at this point now absorbing it after painfully realizing how much I didn't really pay attention at this point. I understand. I'll be more prepared from now on.
And now that we have this, so I can be especially prepared, explain.
Well, the deal that I struck was, my exact words were, I will give a part of myself to it in exchange for the information that we gathered, that it provided to us. Because we got information on the wormstones, which at the time we desperately needed. And then I personally asked questions regarding my situation with Jordan, which is what led me to kind of take the deal upon myself, because what Hashugut wanted was access. It wanted access when we established whatever we were going to establish in the future. And knowing now, I technically gave it exactly what it wanted. But everyone was trying to find a way to bargain with it, was trying to figure out a way to navigate the deal, and Hashugut was not accepting anything. And if we just decided to leave, or if we said no to any of the deals, he was going to wipe all memory of the entire conversation. Anything we had written down, any point of conversation, everything that we had learned, that we needed to learn, that we needed to know, would have been gone.
Aspen,
Thought.
hearing Raymond recount this, there are two possibilities in your mind. One, Hashugut was bluffing, because you've never known him to be that powerful or be able to do anything in that realm. Or two, Hashugut's gotten stronger, and significantly stronger, to be able to wield that kind of power.
Raymond, what part of you did he take?
I'm sure Aspen has seen it before, but I will show my arm that Hash got buried into and show her the scar. I don't know exactly what he took. He burrowed in and it was painful, but I didn't fully feel like something was taken. But he crawled in. I don't know if he left a part of himself in or if he took a part of me out. But this is what I was left with.
He just kind of stares at it, nods, and then under her breath while still thinking. You can tell her brain is thinking, but this is why we ask questions. Okay. The Hashugut I know didn't have that power. So we may be dealing with something much different than at least what he was when I was aware of him. Or you got duped by a spirit, which is possible. Because they like to speak around things, which is why you really have to get on the spirit thing. It's not just a theurge thing. This is how we make stupid mistakes. But last I knew, I thought he would be destroyed, but apparently that's not the case. As she finds like a drier place to kind of put these things down, as she's grabbing it from Raymond. He was attached to, you remember Lucas?
I met him once or twice, but when Hashugut was explaining, the deal and when he threatened that, I tried to read him a bit. Spirits are hard to read, and it didn't seem like he was bluffing.
Okay, then we figure out exactly what he took and what he plans to do moving forward. And I have my own questions for him. It's unfortunate that it is now having its access to our Karen in ways when that was the whole point to begin with, but that's what I'm here for. I'm here to help because, again, stupid decision, but we'll fix it.
Yeah. And I'll let you lead this discussion. Like, I'm not, obviously my track record's not the best. So.
I will get down, put all of the things, light some of the incense that I've gotten from Eliza, as I kind of let it coalesce in the swamp, and then call out Hashugut. I call you on behalf of the guru you've made a deal with in the past weeks. We have much to discuss. And then I'll lay the last piece down as it kind of, the billows of smoke continue to get larger.
All right. So as you enact the rite of spirit summoning, go ahead and give me the roll. Are you letting Ray help with this rite, aka getting the additional rage dice, or are you just doing it solo?
I'm going to let him help just so he knows kind of the idea of the rite as well, so he can help with it. Rage 1, yes?
I'd say you're probably at a rage 2. You're going into a situation that you're not looking forward to. Maybe you're a little bit frustrated with Raymond for the decisions he's made. I would say you're probably a little bit stoked up, just a little.
That is 5.
Okay. So as you put out the call, and the smoke lazily drifts its way upward, strong breeze seems to take the smoke, pointing it off in a specific direction. Even though there is not a lot of wind, especially in a place like this that is sheltered and hidden from most of the world. But something takes the smoke. And as it's still drifting off in that direction, nothing immediate happens. But this is different than last time. Smoke wasn't picked up like this. How long are you willing to wait?
I set aside a fair bit of time to just sit with Raymond to kind of go over what he was dealing with and all of that, but also to get this figured out. I think it's the top priority. So she'd wait most of a day if she had to.
Yeah. Well, it's only about 45 minutes that you have to wait. Now, in a place such as this, even in the noonday sun, there are pockets of darkness where the light doesn't. The foliage overhead so dense, so thick, that it casts pools of shadow on the ground. Amidst that shadow, roll me a wits and awareness, both of you.
I'm assuming this is site-based.
This is site-based.
Am I also at rage 2 or am I at rage 1?
Let's say you're at rage 2 as well. Five successes for Raymond, 3 successes for Aspen. One of the pools of shadow grows. And it grows not supernaturally, but because of a form that comes in to inhabit the pool of shadow. A humanoid form. With glowing red eyes, the entity appears in one of these dense pools of shadow, enough that you can't make out any features other than maybe they're hovering around 6 feet tall, bearing the semblance of a person, but no details recognizable in the deep darkness that inhabits it.
Seeing the form pop up, can I activate my Eyes of the Owl?
As you try to, you feel a burning sensation in your arm where the scar is, and the gift doesn't activate.
Dorothy and the Scarecrow. You're a little far from the yellow brick road. Where's the Cowardly Lion? Or the Tin Man? Or even is little Toto?
Sorry, just us today. I think we had enough traveling for a bit. It's just the two of us.
You rang?
I've come for information.
Didn't you hear about the last one that came for information?
I did, which is why I'm standing here, summoning you properly, and willing to offer you something in return.
Intriguing. What do you have to offer me? The last thing you gave me was an ejection from my home. I didn't care for that, Aspen.
You still find yourself close by, so you must still enjoy the peace that you have here.
Peace. Certainly.
My offer is to keep your claws. and Raymond. And she looks over at Raymond. We have our ways, obviously, of just removing you if need be. You've seen it happen before. We could do that again. Or we could have a conversation.
I think you missed your chance to eject me like you did last time, didn't you?
I think you're forgetting a very important person within our cairn. Her name's Eliza. I've had a few interactions with her, I believe.
Oh yes, the Wicked Witch of the East. Hope she's fond of flying houses.
Which is it, Hashugut? What would you prefer?
Roll me a either charisma or manipulation and persuasion. Beauty does not work. Your favor does not work.
I'm gonna use her willpower. Six.
The figure contemplates in the darkness, the glowing red of their eyes blinking occasionally as they seem to be working out exactly what you're asking for.
All right. No attempts to remove me from Raymond. And you have yourself a deal.
I have no intention of removing you from Raymond.
I don't care about your intentions, Aspen. No one can try to remove me from Raymond.
Well, that, I think you would have to have a conversation with Raymond. But I, and no one else in my sept, will intervene.
We already had our conversation, didn't we, Raymond? All right. You and no one from your sept will try to remove me from Raymond. You have yourself a deal.
Good.
So, what is it you wish to know?
What did you take from Raymond?
Nothing yet.
What are your intentions with Raymond?
Access. After what you did, I lost all access. It still bothers me. But now, when they build, there'll be a nice little room for me.
She'll look over at Raymond and kind of under her breath Well, another conversation to have with your pack mates.
Yeah, that's gonna go over very well. I did not know that this was the deal that you were gonna make. You should have told me beforehand.
You had no intention of getting rid of it before this.
Like I told you, I did make a promise with Delphine that I would do what you wanted to help get rid of it. And that probably entailed
Raymond,
getting rid of Hashugut.
you're smart. And she'll turn back to Hashugut. Why did you stick around? Why not somewhere else?
At first, it was to keep eyes on my friend. The only friend I had known for a long time. Then he chose greener pastures. I stayed because this seems to be becoming the center of everything. A lot is happening here, isn't it?
So you decided to abandon Lucas.
Lucas abandoned me.
Right. But you didn't follow him. Out of making sure he's okay when he left.
If my friendship wasn't important to him, why should it be important to me? Besides, I should thank you. I found a new friend, thanks to you. Two, actually.
And who might that be?
Well, you know one, when the eyes look towards Raymond. The other is my special secret. It will cost a whole lot more than what you've offered for that. Lest you repeat what you already done to me once.
Interesting. From what I understand, you've gotten much stronger, been very busy. What have you been up to?
Consuming. Without the dead weight, I've found a great deal more potential. Possibilities.
By talking to him, do I get any different, obviously he's different, but like, does he seem more malicious, more, corrupted in any way?
Give me a wits and insight.
Three.
You can detect some hostility, but considering what happened last time, maybe the hostility's a little bit warranted when you get ejected from your home with no notice, just tossed out. The place that you had held up for years, possibly. There's bound to be a little bit of an edge, but you can't really tell beyond that if there's anything else that's changed. That hostility seems to be at the forefront, motivating the way he's speaking.
Okay, because last time I was told about Hashugut, he was just a normal, non-corrupted worm spirit.
It's definitely not as friendly as was described, but you also haven't had a lot of direct dealings with him, so it's hard to say.
Okay. Name your price for the other name, the other one.
I'm not entirely certain. There's much you have to offer for that kind of information.
It's worth a shot, worth a bargain. Maybe I do.
You have always prided yourself on being the pauper princess. What's changed?
I've got a lot of people looking at me, counting on me, and I can't move properly without proper information. And you seem to be a constant thorn in my side, and I mean that with no disrespect.
You made me that thorn, Aspen. I was happy. I wasn't alone. I was free. Free from all the games you all play. Free to observe.
You were also causing issues.
The only reason I'm getting in your way now is because of him. He called me.
So your purpose is to have a space in their area, use him to continue to consume? Is that what I'm understanding?
My other friend takes care of the consumption. No, Raymond will be my front seat to the show.
Wouldn't you do that regardless, without him?
You can't even begin to comprehend what it is to be me. I'm not like your precious star. I don't get that kind of gift. your weaver, and your wild saw to that. So I made alternate arrangements.
I don't know much about... You're right. You as a spirit. I don't know much of anything about that, but I do know enough about the worm. And consumption and degradation and all of that. I know that they're not all corrupted. I know that as well. But I didn't think it would be your forte within the spirits of the worm to be so spiteful.
You know what it is to have the thing you care about most taken from you. Spite. Consider that a courtesy, because it should be so much worse because of what you've done.
She'll try to walk closer to where Hashugut is. Then, for that, as she takes steps into the marshy, wet Hashugut, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that my situation and your situation has put us on opposite sides. And I apologize that I'm the person that took something from you.
The figure contemplates that, and at first backs up a little bit further into the shadow as you approach, but eventually holds its ground.
I'll consider your apology. What else do you want from me?
She looks over to Ray to see if he has any more questions that he wants answered.
I'll look at Hashugut, and the only question that I have is, I guess at this point, are your intentions malicious with being attached to me? Are you just trying to observe? And with your little, as you put it, plot of land, what would that entail?
To the first question, are yours? And to the second, spirit can find stability in the building. I wish for some stability.
I can understand your second point. But to answer your question, I guess, I don't have any hostility towards you. I mean, I made the deal.
That's not what you asked. You asked, are my intentions malicious? And so I ask you, are yours?
In making the deal, my intentions were not malicious.
This isn't about the deal, Raymond. Though that might have been your intent. Are all of your intentions pure?
I'd like to think they are.
So says everyone acting selfishly.
I do not respond to him at that point. I will just look back to Aspen.
Then I guess we got our answers.
Not yet, but you will.
And if this was a different world, maybe we could have been on the same side. And this would have been a different conversation. And I would hope that I could rectify this at some point. But in some situations, things are too far gone. And I look over at Raymond.
I thought it could have been too. But then everything changed. Maybe someday. But I have to look out for myself now.
At that point, the figure in the shadow starts to back up deeper and deeper into the darkness. Before you know it, he's gone from sight. However, roll me a wits and awareness and know this is not sight-based.
I'm gonna use willpower.
Huh?
I got 6 successes.
So Raymond, you experience two sensations. Two that you often take for granted with your sight being as good as it is, but in this particular situation, it actually benefits you. Because behind the darkness, further in the woods, you hear a rustle of something moving away. And the second, amidst the smell of swamp and decay and nature on display in its unique way in this situation, you pick up a pang, a smell, a note of some kind of musk, or maybe cologne, cutting through the smell of the swamp. But it's just a note, just a hair, because the other smells are still very overwhelming here. But this rivals those smells enough that it stands out to you.
I guess 2 questions. One, did the rustling sound like someone moving or like a serpent going through the grass?
Definitely didn't sound like a serpent. It sounded like a legged creature moving.
And then second, does that cologne or that musk smell, does that smell familiar?
Roll me a intelligence and academics to see if you can probe your mind. Actually, give me an intelligence and insight to see if you can probe your mind for a previous experience.
I'm going to use another willpower. Three successes.
Maybe, but it could have been from a department store. It could have been from... You can't pinpoint the location. It does smell familiar, but you can't pinpoint exactly where you would have found it from. I mean, you've been in the army, so you've been surrounded by men who probably were trying to do something about the smell of conflict and combat. But it's definitely a masculine smell. Aspen, you unfortunately don't pick up anything. You're too maybe in your mind or in your head about everything that was said. Maybe thinking back to the events that led to here. Maybe even resenting that Hashugut was even brought into your life at all.
Yeah, there's a lot going through her head, but I will take Raymond as we leave and get closer to the barn, knowing that we're far enough away from that area, and turn to him. You're still going to take care of this. My offer wasn't that you would keep it. It's that we'd do nothing about it. So now your problem is to find somebody who will do something about it. Maybe talk to Artie. He's met a few Septs along the way.
I picked up on that. I have a thought that I might follow up more on. But besides that, like, when Hashugut left, did you notice anything?
Notice what?
I could have sworn when the figure walked away, I didn't hear, like, last time I saw Hashugut, he was serpent-like, but it definitely sounded like something was walking away, which kind of tracks with the form that he took, but it kind of threw me off. But then I also smelt, like, very briefly a hint of like musk or cologne, and that threw me off the most. I feel like I know where it's from, but I can't place it.
I'm going to talk to Eliza, some of the others. He's got his claws in someone else. Want to make sure that that person isn't being corrupted in any way. I couldn't get a good read off of him, but there is malice there, and that worries me.
After this encounter with Hashugut, as you return to the cairn, close bond, you feel as if like that dirty feeling is washed away. And the warm embrace of the cairn brings you in. However, Raymond, you can't get rid of that feeling. It tries, but it's like taking a bath in sewer water. Speaking of Eliza, let's move on to our next scene where Jace has some very important questions for the Theurge. Jace, you were given another job by Eshu. And for better or worse, you know that handling this issue recklessly could cause some very serious problems, because you could just pull out the staff and break it over your knee. But even Eshu was kind enough to warn against that because of the magics involved in its creation. So you go to the source of guidance that has led you so far and hasn't led you astray, it seems. The Elder Stargazer Theurge, Eliza. You find yourself in the cairn late in the evening. Despite the dark, Eliza is found kneeling over her garden, tending to some very specific flowers. But as you approach, she sits back on her heels and starts wiping her hands off on the apron in front of her, which has been well worn and used many, many times. You can even see some dirt smudges on it that probably will never come off. Stains that are deep set within the apron. But she looks over to you with a warm smile. Jace?
Is it a clear night?
Yeah.
He'll look up for a moment, like, I know that stars are bright, but the photosynthesis and stuff with plants, tending to them with no sun is not trying to tell you how to do your job with plants, but like what I learned very limited in school for like different things, the sun's needed and they need their time to rest.
Do humans only exist in the day? Do Guru? There are some strains of plants that relish the evening, and they are as worthy of tending as any plant. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely, but when do you sleep?
I slept for 10 years, Jace.
Yes, but that human side, I get the embracing the Gru and tending and making sure that the wild is maintained. But that human side, it's like after, I think it's 16, 18 hours, you need at least another 6 hours of sleep.
What do you think I'm doing while you're all off living important lives? You don't think I don't nap? I'm old.
Yeah.
Naps are a part of the deal now.
That's a fair point. You'll walk up a little bit closer to her, look at the garden, and then look down at her apron. Are you needing a new one of those? That one's seen some stains and some better days, it seems.
She looks down at the apron and then kind of holds it up and says, I keep it because it's reliable. I keep it because it's a reminder of where I've been and will serve me in where I'm going. If I were to dispose of everything that has been used many, many times, I would find myself without very much. And besides, the older things are much more durable than the things you see nowadays.
With that, he has a big smile on his face, and he'll reach into his pocket and pull out the cracked marble. He's like, you know, you and I are a lot alike in that sense. I have no use for this other than the sentimental value that it has, just reminding me of where I was at when this happened and the memories that have come along with it. He'll put it back into his pocket.
The writing has always been on the wall as to where we're headed. Things aren't built to last anymore. There's no profit in it. You can't simply order a part to repair your broken vacuum cleaner. No, these days you have to get a whole new one.
Yep.
Which means that the rate of decay has increased significantly, even amongst the Weaver. To be successful in what we're doing, we need to build something that lasts. And while the old nation did a perfectly fine job for a long time lasting, I think that was more out of stubbornness than design. Because even there, the cracks formed, and the nation shattered.
Yeah. The foundation is still there. The structure ascending. That's where we've had our issues.
The foundation is Gaia.
Correct.
It's Guru as a whole. Not a particular political ideology. I want to make sure, with what time I have left, what I build here will last.
Yeah, next 100 years or something like that, I think is what we agreed on.
You want to see me at 160 something? Because I don't.
Regardless of what happens, I'm gonna see you anyways, and he'll look to the trees. In a way, I'll always have you, but having you in this form is preferable.
I do often wonder what it's like. I've tried to ask Star and Alara and even some of the residents who have been here much longer than the others. They say it's indescribable, and you'll know it when you experience it, which is the most coy bullshit answer I have ever heard to a question that seems fairly direct.
Yep. That'd be a spirit giving up one of their biggest secrets in a way, like how it is to be a spirit. If we know what it's like, then we can understand them more, and that whole mysterious side of them disappears with it.
Well, they did say something that gave me pause. And it was the time that they lost after this place went dormant, after all the places of power like this in the world went out or were destroyed. It was just nothingness. They lost so much time, kept in a state of stasis, because being bound, well, it has multiple benefits and drawbacks, because there's nowhere else for you to go. So all you can do is sleep and wait. And to some, it was like the blink of an eye. To others, it was an endless eons of darkness. That's why
I
this
think-
can't fail. That's why we must keep this place open and find others like it.
You brought up that things are shattered, but I think what we have going on here, and this is from someone who grew up in that older nation, a lot of the things are odd, but I understand the need for the change. A lot of the moots, the arguments about things that really didn't pertain to things anymore, and how the change needs to be stopped. I understand what's happening here, and I too kind of wonder what it's like to be a spirit. After taking that oath, making that pact with this place, be lying to you if I said I didn't consider what it was like.
What we have here stands strong because there are those who carry it. Like yourself, Aspen, Jester. But that also makes it fragile and frail. Because yes, the certainty of where we're going to end up, that's all well and good and all. But if there isn't others, carry it on. If the message doesn't become the living, breathing thing, we too will just find ourselves trapped in darkness, asleep, and possibly forever.
I have hope that this place is going to make it.
Oh, as do I. I wouldn't be here doing all this if I thought there wasn't a...
Plant at night? Yeah.
But I'm also a realist. And I know that we are few. And out there are many. And I think to ignore that fact is folly. We have to protect one another, look out for one another. We have to keep each other standing as long as we can, but we can't stop there. We have to open other eyes. Because the more we become, the harder we are to erase. You need to be part of that, Jace. Now I know, talking to folk ain't necessarily a strong suit all the time. You got a keen mind. But you often let Aspen or Jester do the talking for you. I see it. You have a voice.
Some absorb that spotlight better than others. I'll say things when things need to be said, but one, Aspen, she is very well spoken, and she's the pack leader. What I say does have weight, and I understand that, but what she says go. And Jester, even she'll talk circles around anyone.
It needs to be said. You have an experience that the others don't. Yes, they were here for the building of this, the foundations, and maybe they'd had passing experiences elsewhere before. But you know the other side. And you know it well. And if there are others that are going to arrive coming from that side, they will need your insight, your experience to convince them. Because right now, Aspen's very convincing, to be sure, but she's a lawyer, and lawyers come with suspicion. And Jester, she's very passionate, which is something I love and admire about her. But also, she's short-tempered. and she likely won't have all of the patience in the world for those who are dragging their feet on this issue. She keeps herself far too busy for that. I swear, even while I was tending to that girl, she was writing notes down about what she was going to do next and hatching some grandiose schemes, and occasionally in her sleep cursing Charles's name for not being able to hit him, but her mind is all over the place, and therefore focus can be a luxury. You are the perfect emissary, go-between, or at least welcoming committee for those that arrive here. Because you did once. What convinced you?
Had a pretty hard shove from Rat, so that was convincing in itself.
Well, you're a Theurge. That's a benefit that comes with the territory sometimes. The others don't necessarily have that luxury. There are 4 other moons, after all.
There are, but thing about the other ones is they could have that connection, it's just they don't seek it out.
Also, not all spirits are as open-minded as Rat.
Open-minded's a really nice compliment to give him.
Well, he and I have an understanding.
It's fair. You spoke of bonds and how things strengthen them and this place, and that it needs more people here. We need more guru. Recently, I had a dream. I know, shocker. But this one, I was back in the dreaming, and that road where Ravi and I met for the first time. There was a bench, and Eshu, he showed himself, and we had a conversation about what has happened at Piney Point and everything that was going on with all of his. I rebrokered the subject on the release of Turtle, breaking that bond that is there to bring them back. But being Eshu, I have another task to do before we can move forward with that.
Well, of course you do, Jace. The more you leave the door open, the more others are going to walk right through as much as they possibly can.
Yeah, but this
I know
door
that
can't really close.
I think you'd be surprised. But also, you're right. We do need whatever Eshu has to offer in order to free Turtle. But remember, once that business is done, the shop closes. There's no more coming to this spiritual ATM for favors.
I'm going to start adding a charge limit.
Exactly. But before all that, before I start asking them any questions, and she reaches over and takes your hand and actually pulls you down to the kneeling position with her. She then places hands on either side of your face, and her skin, though it is wrinkled, feels still so smooth, even with all the hard labor she clearly does in the garden and amongst all the other things she does. She locks eyes with you, and gently stroking the side of your face with her thumb, she says, "It's not your fault. It was never your fault. These things happen to us. And yes, sometimes we can be the cause. And sometimes we're just simply the effect. You did right by them. You gave them hope where there was none. You gave them protection. And you showed them the way. And while some didn't make the full journey, others did. Because of you. Because of your dedication to this responsibility. To these innocent individuals. I know you feel guilty about Ravi's death. I know you feel angry. But you didn't pause it. You didn't pull the trigger, as they say. And you took care of those that did. You avenged them and saved others. I want you to hold on to this moment, this conversation, this idea, because it will likely come again. There will come a time where you feel somehow responsible, where you'll lose something that you've held dear and precious. But it's not your fault. Know that. And she then kind of pulls you in for a hug, cradling you against her for a moment before releasing you. All right, now, tell me all about this job we have now.
He'll take a moment, look at her and kind of give her a nice smile, and then get back into his business-like mindset. The staff, the one that Moses had that has Eshu locked inside.
The one you've been keeping inside you like a hot dog in a bun?
Yeah, pretty much.
Still strange what glasswalkers can do.
Yeah. Eshu is needing out in order to complete everything, to be at his full potential, to bring others into the dreaming completely. Now, this is where my skepticism comes into play and the teachings you have given me. There's a strong creature locked into something, and it's wanting out, but maybe it was locked away for a reason, and if I let it out, then what happens? Now he swears that unleashing this, on breaking the bond that is on there, isn't going to bring a new blight or plague, and he hasn't steered me wrong, but it's that part of how they like to twist things and use manipulation to get what they want. It's sitting there, and if you were in my position with everything that has gone on, with the prospect of getting Turtle out, would you break the bond in order to release them? Or would you sit with what we have and make this work?
Have I ever explained to you what my responsibility was in the old Sept?
Apart from wisdom and gardening? No.
Well, being a stargazer, having an illicit affair with a Sept leader, and a child born of that Sept leader, who would never be acknowledged, there's a lot of reasons for one to want to leave. It seems like a very uncomfortable position socially for one to be in. I was a Bane tender. I was responsible for the safekeeping and holding of a great evil. But this isn't an evil that's going to go away on its own or wither away. It remains. And even sending it back to the spirit wilds proved fruitless because it would return, and quicker than most. So it needed to be imprisoned. And I was the jailkeeper of sorts. But I also was a companion, an opportunity to show this evil the other side of things, to tell it just how sick it is. Now, sometimes that meant compromise, which came in many forms, but also I made some headway. That is until everything came crashing down, of course, and my entire life shattered before my eyes, but the point is, yes, you could keep this power under lock and key. Perhaps it does have some ill intent. Or maybe it was just like a steer lassoed out on the plain, pulled into something, pulled away from something, some kind of purpose. Now, what I've read about Eshu is, yes, they are a trickster god, at least so the human religions state, but they also were the trailblazer, the one who showed the way, the guide, who opened up the paths and carried messages between those on opposite sides of the trail. And it seems that an awful lot have been fairly directionless since his capture. I can only assume. And while it afforded some luxuries and some freedoms through Moses and now you, that's like getting served a plate of beans in solitary confinement. Luxury that pales in comparison to the life you knew. If you keep them locked away, so too is Turtle. And that's all well and good. It happened for a reason. They made a sacrifice and they are living through the repercussions of that choice. But also, wouldn't it be nice to have them back? Wouldn't it be nice to find what was lost? From what I'm hearing about all the events that happened in West Virginia, we're probably going to be seeing a lot more bat folk popping up again now that they have a patron that isn't dancing the spiral. That was an example of what we're capable of, what we can do. But everything we do comes with risk. Is it worth the risk? What does your insight tell you with that conversation, with everything you've experienced ever since you took possession of that staff? With Ravi, with the others? What does your insight tell you you should do? Because yes, they are tricksy. But maybe this isn't a trick.
The only trick, if you can even call it that, was getting me into their van while I was walking down in the middle of the night.
I tell you, you cannot be getting in unmarked vans.
It's not my first one.
I'm not sure I want to comment on that, but
That's a story for another time. But as far as they haven't steered me wrong, everything that the information that Ravi gave me, all the information that Eshu, even like through Moses, all of it has been true. So I have, like I said, I have no reason to really doubt them other than that survival instinct in my head to always cover your ass. Like, are you making the right choice? But if I was just going to go on a gut instinct, it would be to release him in order to get Turtle back. Because in the end, even if Eshu is using this to manipulate me, the guru, to get him out, just to even get Turtle back, that shows a lot to the spirits in the area, and that not even just this area, in a whole, that Turtle was connected to, that the guru are not who they used to be. It's a way of us turning over, the showing our new path. But if I go down this route, it's not as easy as just cutting this staff down and unlocking it. Eshu warned, if I just break this thing, there's a large amount of power that is sitting within this. And if it's not opened the way it needs to be, it can cause a lot of damage. So his suggestion is for me to track down the one who made it.
see.
Yeah. And
Didn't
like I told you,
making it drive them insane?
yeah, it did.
Well, there is some truth to what Eshu said, in the fact that to create such an item, to harness that kind of power, to trap what is effectively a god, that requires a lot of energy, the kind of energy that could bend reality. I don't know the first thing about that kind of energy. Yes, I do alter reality in my own small way, as do we all, but it's very tangible. This is intangible forces you're working with. If Eshu says that the safest way to release him is with the help of the Magister responsible, then they are likely telling the truth on that fact. They are in the power. They're in the cell. They have an insight that we don't have. And if they weren't worried about the forces they were dealing with, they probably wouldn't have told you anything and just told you to snap it like a twig. Got the strength for it, even though you don't act like it sometimes.
You know, sandbagging part.
Now, as in regards to Moses,
Yeah.
we've dealt with chaotic, unhinged individuals before. He's sick, much like the worm is sick. So we treat him. We tend to him. We bring him back around. We find the clearing in the darkness, much like we did for Xander.
Do you know of, so I can scour the city. Eshu at least told me that they're relatively nearby. At least they haven't left or gone too far. Is there a way that you know of that can make it a little bit easier for me to try and track him down? Because I can go to the rack and I can go to the city and see what I can find out, but if I can pinpoint, even triangulate something.
You have all of the tools you need. You've just been denying yourself some of them. I see you out there trying to run in the woods these days. You are a hunter. This is just another prey. So use all those talents you've been given, all those spirit-given gifts. I'm a big fan of the one that reveals. Catch my drift.
Following you.
Use it. It's time to get out there and do the work. It's not coming to you. You have to find it. This isn't like the threat we just dealt with, where it was knocking on our door constantly. No, you gotta root it out, like a rat does. And if it's around, you'll find it. As big as this city is, it's just a small place compared to the Umbra.
When you're right, you're right. Yeah, I can do that. Nice little walk through the city as it truly is.
Now, I would say be careful who you tell about Moses and what he was capable of, because that power can definitely be used to sway and shift the very reality of things, it seems. So,
yeah.
While I know the Ratkin have been a great resource and the city has words to say, don't forget that information goes both ways. And no one is without a price. Not even the city.
I'll be more wary. Play everything close to my chest for the time being.
Got this pack to help you. You got this sept of a like mind, the desire to do good. But it sure would be tempting if you could change the way things are into anything you want it to be. Maybe bring back those you've lost, or erase an entire set of beings. That temptation isn't low enough to be avoided by anyone, especially when they consider the possibilities. So are you going to be the guiding hand to help them return to who they were, to chide them for their mistake? Or are they going to be just another tool for someone else? Or even for you?
I try not to use people in such a manner.
I know you don't. That's why we get along. But everyone, or I should say no one, is beyond reproach. You've lost a lot, Jace, and you continue to lose things you care very deeply about. That is a price that can't be unpaid without accruing a much larger debt.
With all that, I will try my best to tend to Moses to try and get him to at least be somewhat comprehending. But yeah, like the last time I saw him, the babbling mess.
So there's work to be done.
A lot. And I personally don't want to bring him here, so I got to figure out another way to get his mind straight, to get him back on his path.
You can do it.
But first I got to find him.
Follow your nose.
It'll never lead you astray.
An individual like that is bound to have a strong scent for multiple reasons.
True. There's something that's been bothering me since Piney Point, if you don't mind.
Of course.
When we stepped in to help with the, I don't know what to call it, the dinosaur thing.
A greater firmling, but yes,
yeah,
it looked
that.
a lot like a dinosaur.
Yeah. When we came through, you utilized an item in order to protect yourself from the balefire that came down. And as we got closer, you were gone, which in a way helped me, because then I knew that you at least were in that immediate danger and I could focus on what was going on. It's when you finally came back and released, there's been a lot of talks that I heard about at different moots about abilities that each of the auspices have. And there's some that we utilize a lot. But as the urge, there are some things that we were told not to deal with, to not touch. And Kat, you're familiar with like Arthurian legends and all that kind of stuff. Okay, cool. She gave me an analogy of how Emrys used his versus how Morgana used her forms of magic. Both with purpose, but the purposes behind it is what corrupted the being. I'm not saying you're corrupted, I'm curious. And I'm grateful that you did what you did. It turned the tide. But why do you hold? I know you just said that you're the warden. But that's a lot for one person to hold.
Ever since I've become a stargazer, I've dedicated my life to balance. When I do what I do, it comes from that place of balance. As much good as you see in me, Jace, there is an equal amount of everything else. That is how I must exist, in between. Not one side or the other. Although I have been pushing a little bit more towards the side of righteousness and good, what allows me to do that is how wrong everything else is. How much has gone the wrong way. And, well, I got time to make up for when I wasn't watching the scales. What I take in for the purposes of serving must be released in some form or another. That energy that I use to fuel me in times of dire need, it needs to be released. I just happen to choose to release such energies at very beneficial times.
Your timing was perfect.
And I always keep a reserve. Because like I said, as much good as you see in me, so too must there be bad for me to maintain balance. But unlike others who might bring these types of things upon themselves, I have been trained and learned how to maintain control over it. How to keep it where I want it and to use it how I want it. and not the reverse.
Is this a skill that you could teach?
I have a feeling I'm going to have to pretty soon from the landscape as it looks. But yes. However, this is an understanding of what you've been taught to fight against. This is putting yourselves in the shoes of the things that terrify you or anger you. Because without understanding, you have no hope of controlling. The reason I don't become a Fomori, from what I keep inside of me, or a dancer or anything like that, it's because I understand it. And I can find ways to entreat to it without releasing it or letting it take the wheel. Hunger needs to be fed. Anger needs to be soothed. Sadness needs to be... well, it needs to be tended to, related to, empathized with, and then given some sense of hope. That's what I, as the warden, try to do. And luckily, it's been successful. But it is very dangerous. Because these things are temptation, desire, danger. They prey upon all of those parts of you, and that's how I became victim to it for all those years. I lost my control. I lost my hope. Luckily enough, a few very, very foolish guru decided to come knocking on my door and wouldn't leave me the hell alone, no matter how much I yelled at them and threw things at them and called them names. And they became the key to my cell. They released me so that I could take over the jail again.
With everything going on and, like you said, the landscape, the way it's becoming, if you're needing help with the burden of all of it, I'd be happy to take on another lesson from you. I promise to pay close attention. It's about Bane, so it's a bit of an interest for me.
I think there's a possibility for that. Though I do have my eyes on someone who can't help but dabble with worms to possibly learn how to control themselves. I think that the more that know about it, the better. So I'm happy to impart this knowledge onto you, but you need to stay focused on being a right master and not distracted by things such as bane tending. To know how to do it and to actively pursue it are two different things.
Like I said, to relieve burden, just an extra hand.
I'd like that.
It doesn't have to do with nighttime gardening, right?
She looks down at the plants and then looks at you. Maybe it does. Or there are banes of insomnia and sleeplessness.
We'll put those on the back burner. Let's handle the other ones first. And, I got a bar to run and stuff. There's a bunch of banes for that need to be,
Of course.
But luckily I have tonight off. And he'll grab a little trowel. So dig up or digging in to put new things in?
Right now, we're creating new homes. So dig in, create the space. But the others, they just need weeding and tending. Much like a bane does. And as she...
All right, Mr. Miyagi.
Turns your attention to the garden, and the two of you begin. The lesson has already started. because the way she refers to plants could very much be the way one would refer to spirits or banes. And as you begin learning, or I should say continue learning, this is where we will go to our break, finally. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the second half of tonight's story. St. Petersburg by Night is brought to you through collaboration with our partnered vendors, Chromatic Creations, Panchi Artista, Ember Fox Dice, Champs Tramps, and Howl and Hop Tea. Links to our partnered vendors, as well as our Twitch and YouTube channels, can be found on our website, stpetebynight.com. You can follow St. Pete by Night on all socials with the hashtag St. Pete by Night. If you wish to support our programs, you can do so at ko-fi.com/St. Pete by Night to help keep the stories rolling. Welcome back. As we return, we find ourselves at the apartment of Jester and Charles. Jester, you've been able to spend some time recovering and healing. You're feeling more and more like yourself the more time passes, and you feel like the physical damage has been dealt with, but the emotional and psychological damage might take a little bit longer, because that was a horrifying encounter, to say the very least. So while you have been spending a lot more time at home and a lot less time handling all of those things that you have on your plate to deal with, can't help but be eager to get back to life as you remember it. If nothing else, to be a distraction from reliving that terrible, terrible moment over and over again. And it's while you're thinking about this, sitting on the couch, ignoring the television, a television that you had bought because Charles didn't have a TV. And if you're going to recover, you're going to have some entertainment. When a knock abruptly startles you at the door. Now, Charles is out tending to his rounds on patrol. So as you stand up and move over to the door and open it, it's Artie standing on the porch. He's looking a lot more himself than he has in quite some time. His eyes aren't as dark and baggy. He doesn't look as disheveled. In fact, it's clear that he's made an effort on this visit to look somewhat presentable. And instead of waiting for an invitation, he says, "Hey, Jess," and just walks into the apartment, going past you and over towards the fridge.
Hey, yourself. Shut the door. So, what brings you to my side of the city?
I suppose the better question, as you hear a little bit of rattling in the fridge, and he comes out with a bottle of sparkling water, is what's been keeping you from my side of the city? And then there's the hissing of the cap being opened, and he starts to drink it, but never breaks eye contact with you.
You seemed pretty busy the last time we talked. And I did help you move, so I mean.
Oh, so you've seen it at least once for the price of pizza and beer. Yeah, I remember. Well, first off, how are you feeling?
Better. No more
Good.
soreness.
You're okay? You're up and moving and not vomiting anymore? Okay.
Yeah.
Because I'm very cross with you.
You're cross with me.
Yes. Cross is the word I'm going to use instead of annoyed, pissed off, betrayed, angry, or just hurt. So cross.
Do I need to sit down for this? Whatever is gonna happen now that you're cross with me?
Sure. And he comes walking over and plops down on the couch where you were sitting. Did I do something to you?
No. I'll move to sit in the chair Charles sits in a lot. What makes you
'Cause-
think you did something to me?
Well, you do. Time was, we were thick as thieves, tight as could be. And then you came to ask me for something. And you left. And truthfully, I don't feel like you've been back since. And truthfully, I'm not actually cross with you as much as I am with myself, because I have a suspicion as to why. And to be completely honest, you were probably right.
You were swamped with so many things. You didn't need something else, especially something that wasn't really like that big of a deal. I found it pretty easily outside of coming to you.
It's from you, it is a big deal. You aren't work. You, Aspen, Jace, you're not a job I do. Was I overwhelmed with work? Yeah. It felt like an, dystopian apocalyptic situation, and I was trying to figure out how I fit into all of it. Because I'm not the fighter, I'm not the gift user. I'm the guy in the van. Like I've always been. And I didn't know how I could help. I didn't know what to do, so I needed to find something because I couldn't just sit there and let you guys do everything. How is that a teammate? But in truth, I was going down a really bad path, and it didn't take until later and Aspen coming to me, telling me just how bad it was, that I recognized it, that I took steps towards fixing it. And one of those steps is apologizing to you for whatever way I hurt you or upset you or made you feel like you couldn't count on me or rely on me.
You didn't upset me, Artie. It got to the point where it felt like adding one more thing to your pile of shit would just be the breaking point, and I didn't want to be that point.
What I should have done was unload the other things, because you are not one more thing. You're my best friend, Jester. And I don't mean that lightly. You're my sister, you're my packmate, you're all these things way more than just one more thing. And the idea that you would think anything else, not great. I want to undo that. I want to change that, because I don't want it to be like this. I don't want this weird distance between us. I don't want you feeling like you can't come to me, because then there is no van. I'm just a guy. And that's all well and good, but like, I'm your guy. I'm the pack's guy. And I was getting obsessed with feeling useless and was doing anything I could to avoid that. But I know you don't think I'm useless. I know none of you think I'm useless. I know I'm helping, even if it's just being morale or whatever the case may be. And I'm trying to let that be okay. I'm trying to let that be enough. And I want to undo whatever I did to make this weird.
Have you been? Aspen, well, I didn't I didn't visit for a while because you seemed to be either busy or sleeping a lot, according to Aspen. So, I don't know, maybe I was feeling something had changed. She said you were taking a break, which was good.
He was being very sweet and protecting me and trying to let me be the decider of my own vulnerabilities and recognizing them and letting in who needs to know. And I appreciate her for that. My little lawyer. Well, she's usually a prosecutor and not a defender. Anyway, the point is, I'm ready to tell you that I am an addict. And it got really bad there for a while. And it's easy to take for granted being a guru because you don't think that there's going to be any lasting effects or problems because you'll just regenerate them off. But the damage that I was doing wasn't exactly to my body, it was to my life. That's far worse in my mind than anything else. And I am getting help. I am recovering. I'm actually doing really well, and I want to now make sure that whatever damage I did, I tend to. Because I can't handle you feeling like you can't come to me, even if it's just for an ear, or even if it's just for a distraction. Because I need that too. And I need that in you.
I'll lean forward. I'm proud of you.
Well,
Takes a lot to admit and to get help.
A lot happened over the past year. A whirlwind of losing Aiden, and then this whole plant issue and all the people that died because of it, and almost losing Jace. And then I don't know. You know my dad's in town?
No. I'm not up on surprise information usually. Usually I'm the one being surprised by information.
Yeah, it's a rare instance that I'm surprised too. As you know, I never knew my dad. He left before I was born.
Yeah.
Or shortly after, because my brother had been born and then he was gone. But I never had any intention of seeking him out or learning what had happened to him or even finding out why, even though I'm sure it's always in the pit of my stomach and in the back of my mind, wondering what we had done wrong and telling him that, blaming him for Mom and not being there for her. But the truth is, what kind of life can I have with him? And are the answers ever going to be good enough? I have a family. It's you guys, and that's all I need. But when Jace told me that he knew how close Dad was, and if I wanted, he could help introduce me, I didn't know how to deal with that. And then shortly after, you didn't say what you wanted to say, and it just got worse. And that's not me blaming you. I'm responsible for my own way I react to things. No matter how good, bad, or otherwise, I control how I react. But that was just it for me, I think. And it became all about finding my way to be useful, to distract myself, to avoid everything that I couldn't handle by indulging in the thing I thought I could. And it turns out I was wrong about that too. And then the sleeping, well, that was making up for many, many years of very little sleep. And to be honest, I wasn't sure I was ever going to wake up at points, but I did. Here I am, and it's better.
It's good. Has Aspen told you?
Maybe, but I'd rather you tell me.
My mom's in St. Pete. At a rehab center. Pretty sure. No. Got it confirmed. Bateman brought her.
A lot of that going around, it seems.
Yeah.
How can I help?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what to do. Not think about it at the moment.
But you are thinking about it.
Now I am. Get her
So?
away from Bateman, and then figure out. I have to do something. She's one of the 3 that Star gave me. So, I guess I have an opportunity to help her.
Do you want to?
I don't know. I don't want to open those doors and let everything come out. I'm not ready for that.
Until you know the answer to that question, I'll do everything in my power to at least stave off or possibly move her or see what I can do about taking care of the problem, making sure she's not just more Bateman puppets. But speaking from a new experience, I would give anything to have the opportunity to apologize to you for everything I did wrong. If that was denied me, I don't think I'd ever truly be at peace. Addiction or no. And that's coming from someone who loves you, not even the one who birthed you.
Well, she didn't birth me either. That's the other one. I have too
Oh,
many
right.
moms in the
Jesus,
city.
that's right. Okay, well, the one who raised you then.
Yeah.
But you have to want that too. You want that apology or not. Because if you don't, and there's no reason not to, some doors stay closed after long enough, that's okay too.
No, it'll have to happen. Just not yet. Not yet.
We never
For
talk
you.
about your childhood very much, though. Do you want to?
I mean, abandonment, addiction, or at least parental addiction, abuse.
You could see on his face that it looks like some puzzle pieces are falling into place. Sorry to expose you to all that again.
It's okay.
It's not. But
You didn't expose it to me, or expose me to it. You were dealing with something that's very hard to deal with, and you're doing a really, really, really good job. A lot of people can't even admit to themselves. And you aren't just here for me. I'm here for you too, Artie.
no.
I wasn't upset at you. I wasn't angry at you. I just wanted to make sure that, like, you were okay.
I am getting better. And I don't think I'll ever just be okay. But I will learn how to deal with it better. And I will do my darndest to make sure that it is not what's fueling me. That it's not my purpose or my motivation or whatever the case may be. But I'm always going to be this. And that is a bitter pill to swallow, but also it's a lot better than being this and alone.
Right? And you're not alone.
No.
You're not alone on this. You're not alone on the stuff with your dad. Trust me.
Yeah.
I get it.
How
I
much
get it.
more do we need to have in common? Because this is getting kind of weird.
Ridiculous. We're even dating Silverfangs. It's crazy.
That is so messed up. But, I mean, that repression does some good in private situations. I know you were there for me. I just could not
Reach out.
I couldn't deal with the fact that that was all that was happening. Was people being there for me, was people taking care of me, I was alone for years taking care of myself, and that's a hard habit to shake. I'm sure you understand that, and it's
Weird.
It is weird.
Uncomfortable.
Very uncomfortable.
Like you don't deserve it, and you will end up owing them something, even though they don't ever expect anything from you.
All of that and then some. Yeah.
All right. Let's make a deal.
Okay.
We push past the uncomfortableness and we lean on each other a little more.
Easiest deal I'll ever have to make.
When I go, I think I want someone there. Would you be willing to do it?
Of course. You don't even have to ask. I kind of already signed myself up the moment you said it.
Good. Charles would be great to, like, make sure I don't lose my shit, but I don't.
Oh, that's not a first impression
Understands.
anyone should have inflicted upon them unwillingly.
Fair.
There's times he might drive me back into addiction just by being in the same room with him, but that's neither here nor there. I understand, and I got you. And I will do everything I can within reason. They're forcing me to say that now. Within reason to get her safe. And then when you're ready, we'll start eating that elephant.
Thanks. And, you want someone to check out your dad, see what's going on with him, like, from a distance or just a happenstance meeting. I got you.
It's creepy enough knowing that one of you was already checking him out and I didn't even know it. But
It's Jace. I mean,
that's a bone gnar for you, yeah. I'll keep that in mind. I think that I'm not entirely sure myself if that's a door that stays closed or not. Everything in me screams that it should. What did he ever do for me? He wasn't there. Really angry about it, and I'm not angry about a lot of things. And I know that angriness opens me up to some more bad things and probably is part of the problem that happened, but I'll think about it, and I know you'll be there for whatever I need. I will. You'll be the first call.
yeah. Kind of feel that way about my birth mother. Honestly, not angry. After hearing what happened, I get why she did what she did. No, just more why give Bateman and the others more ammunition? She's probably better off not knowing me.
That's fair. But another thing for you to dwell on, those circumstances, from what I could tell, were out of her control. It wasn't necessarily a choice to give you up. It was a need, necessity.
Yeah, like I said, I understand why she did it. Our lives are dangerous.
Yeah.
Kind of deadly to those who love us and can't protect themselves.
But it's also the only one we're going to get.
Yeah.
Would you rather let it go by not knowing? Or would you rather take the risk, knowing everything that comes with it? Because that's what life is about, taking risks, taking chances. I'm getting married soon to Stuffy Pants.
Stuffy Pants.
Yeah, he likes it. And that took a risk, and it was really scary. And I knew that despite the fact that we share the same life, I do some pretty dangerous things that the right person could connect to me. I'm not infallible, technologically speaking, although I'm pretty darn close. And I'm bringing her into that. Thankfully, she's willing. No one is safe from what we are or what we do, not even people who aren't involved, because this war is raging all around them. That try as we might to protect them, they are in ground zero. No matter how far, no matter how close, no matter how what, it's not something you can't escape. You just decide what kind of chess piece you are.
Except I can't tell her. So I paint a target on her back she doesn't even know about.
The target's already there, Jess. If she's truly being held by Bateman, she's in the game.
Wrong mom.
Oh, the other one. Well, I don't know. I swear this is like the mom hoedown. I just gotta go round and round and square dance this shit. We don't know how involved she is. If I was able to find her, and maybe you can't tell her, but at least you can keep a better eye on her. There's really clever and careful ways to maneuver getting people safe. You're good at it. Look what you did with the bikers.
Tried to do. I mean, that also took a lot of us being able to tell at least Bruce.
Yeah. Again, it's up to you. But I know that I missed a lot because of what I was doing. Moments that I'm never going to get back. And luckily, I can unring the bell with you. But, you know, there's others who are probably going to always look at me a certain way because of what I became. I have a new appreciation for what we have and a new appreciation for what we can have. And to be honest, with everything we do, I think we deserve the world. Damn sure fighting our asses off to protect it.
It's kind of a brilliant way of looking at things.
We're going to do the job, and we're going to do the job for eternity. While I'm not contained in whatever tree I'm going to end up in, and I've scouted out a few, and I'm really worried that's what I'm going to be, is the shortest one of all of them. But I want to make sure the moments I have outside of that tree count. And that when I do eventually head there with my family, whether in before or after some of them, that there wasn't anything I left behind. For Aiden, for the belief that I don't know what it's going to be like, or what I'm going to remember, or what kind of connection we're all going to have. It sounds good on paper that we're all going to be in the same place for eternity, but like, so are all of they. And they seem kind of meh about it. You don't hear them having game night or, you know, chatting it up. They just are there.
They are. I mean, I get more of their stories and their past than I do their present. So, it might just
Because
be...
maybe there isn't a present.
It's possible.
So I don't want to go into that with things that I wanted to do. Or wish I'd done.
So that means you need to think about, do you think you'll regret not meeting your dad?
Yeah. I know.
See that? Mm-hmm. You try to push it on me, but it's the same situation.
I think the difference is he could have stayed. I'm not sure the same is the case with your situation, because you tangle with the mob. That's a very messy way. I mean, you want to talk about exposing people to a life they shouldn't be a part of.
Yeah.
Mine made my world worse by leaving. At least that's how it feels. When it stops feeling that way, then maybe.
What do you think you need to get there?
I think Well, first off, I think I need to get things right with everybody else and with this situation and get back on top of things and make sure my real family is okay before I start venturing into biological hypotheticals. And I think that I need to feel like he can't take it all away again somehow.
You're good with me.
I'll acknowledge that you said that, but you're going to have to expect some overcompensation here for a little bit.
Okay. Okay. You know. Unless he is some mastermind, he can't take away us. He can't take away Aspen. He can't take away the pack. So you're never gonna be alone again. Like that.
Question I never thought I'd have to ask myself is, what if he's a vampire? Or a dancer? What if he can take away?
Then we fight to keep it.
I was told it isn't hereditary to be what we are, but you've disproven that. Charles has disproven that. What if? Yeah, go ahead.
Just, you'd think, with like all the traditions that we passed around and stories and stuff, like, we'd get some of it right. Or at least, like, be like, it was a thing. Obviously, the Silver Fangs know. Be nice if they shared it with everybody else.
That's not how silver fangs work. I think we both know that by now.
Yeah, I know.
Knowledge is power, and they have to be the powerful ones and wear the crowns and sit on the thrones. I'm glad I found the one broken one. Or malfunctioning one. And yours is pretty good too. I think he's coming around.
He is.
So I will one day see him in like a Tommy Bahama t-shirt or something before I die. That is one thing I am going to like keep on my list. Maybe Ron John surfwear.
Oh my god, did you not see the pictures of us in Gatorland?
No!
Okay, hold on.
I was too
I'm gonna
busy
go
like
grab-
turning off cameras and shit.
I'm gonna go grab my phone and then hand it to him of the time we were reconning. It's undercover.
Oh, we
I
going
managed to do
under a
it.
cover again. I'm gonna come up with some fake stinger operation. It's happening. And I'm gonna do it at like a country western bar, so he has to go full on cowboy.
Okay, I'm down.
I'm glad we're good. And I appreciate you so much. And this wasn't something you could do anything about. But never, ever leave things unsaid with me again. Deal?
Deal.
Okay. He smiles and then takes your hand and leans in to give you a hug. I love you, Jess.
I'll pull him into a hug. Comforting. Like, energizing. I love you too, Artie. And I'm here for you. I'm 100% behind you.
Me too. For you. And I'll get started right away on making sure your mom's good. I'll let you know if I have anything.
Okay.
He turns his head and gives you a kiss on the cheek, gives you a squeeze of your hand. I'm gonna leave the bottle half drunk on the table there just to see what happens. Don't clean it up.
Okay.
Cool. And he gets up and heads towards the door.
I mean, all he's gonna do is just sit there, sigh, look at it, look at me, and then grumble and pick it up and clean it.
But you can tell him it was me. In fact, I insist you tell him it was me.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll put a sticky note that says Artie's drink.
And tell him I'm coming back for it. So it's got to stay right there.
Okay.
Awesome. He gets to the door. He turns and gives you a wink and a smile. And then he opens it and leaves. What's going through your mind after this reunion of sorts with Artie as you remember him, not Artie as he's been?
I'm relieved. For the most part, I'm relieved that Artie is okay, and I'm happy that he is taking steps to manage his addiction. As someone who has been, I guess, a loved one of an addict, I know that it's a process that he's going to have to just keep working on over and over again, but I hope that he does understand that I am there to support him 100%. But caring about his dad and talking about my mother's definitely creeps close to bringing those parts of me that I keep locked away from opening it up, and I'm not ready for that particular whirlwind of emotions that will come when those doors are fully open. So instead, I will grab my computer and begin working on anything. The silver record that I've been slowly putting in a digital form, an article I am working on to try to sell to any of the local newspapers, whatever I can to keep myself distracted.
And with that, finally, we transition to our final scene of the evening. Isidoro, you visited one sept, and on the recommendation of that sept in West Virginia, you were recommended another stopping place to rest your head, figure out your next steps. The place closest to your quarry, so it seems. The sept of the fertile soil in Georgia. Valdosta, Georgia, to be specific. A town that borders the Florida-Georgia line. When you arrived, you found a almost like co-op community based a lot around farming. And the weather is a stark contrast, even though it's only a few hundred miles away from where you were. It's warm, weather being in the 70s during the day in February. Something that you are not used to. You've met with the elders of the sept, and you've found that they weren't particularly helpful. They kind of gave you the same somewhat generic answers that Morgantown had given you, that they're doing something unusual down there, but they seem kind enough. They didn't know anything about Charles or anything having to do with him. In fact, at any mention of an Albrecht being nearby, you could see a small shiver in their spines, not of delight, but of, oh fuck, I thought we were free of this. But then, after your meeting, before you go to bunk down for the night, you're approached by a young man with very, very dark skin, his hair done into rows braided back, a young Theurge on the rise who had been working to learn as much as they possibly could. And they were there with the greeting committee, and they were there in the background of the meetings. But as you go to leave, they actually try and take you aside to ask some questions. And as you follow, you end up out in a barn, out in one of the fields, and you can see that he is getting seeds in these large bags ready to be planted. And he looks to you and says, "So why are you so interested in Florida anyway? I mean, there's a lot better places to be."
Oh, I'm sure there is. And with that, Izzy will instinctively just go and start assisting, who I assume is Terrance, with moving around these bags and burrows of seed. As Izzy sort of continues and goes, "You know, I remember you being among the greeting committee, but I don't recall your name exactly. I assume you know me. Izzy?" Entwined smiles with claws and just sort of offers a handshake.
Yeah, I'm Terrance. No cool, fancy guru name yet.
No? Oh,
no.
Come on. Not even one in your heart. Listen, all right. Secret from someone your elder. Even if you don't use it, you're going to get so many more points with all the old fudgy-duddies in the nation, even if you just have it. My tip to you.
Guess if I had to think of one, it'd be
Come on.
It's really stupid, but
You're talking to a guy who took something I do all the time, a nervous tick, honestly, and made it part of my deed name. So come on, you can lay it on me.
well, so I was kinsought, right? And my
Okay.
kinseeker was he was really new to it all, but I don't know if I could have transitioned as easy as I did if it wasn't for him. I mean, I've heard horror stories of people's first changes, and mine was seamless. I was obsessed with wolves my whole life. I was even volunteering at the zoo with the new red wolf exhibit they were doing to try and help bring back the population. I mean, it probably was meant to be completely honest.
Even just we're 3 sentences into this and you sound like Gaia made you and put a fancy little Garu stamp on you.
Yeah, but Aiden made me believe I deserved it. Because it was scary. I mean, you know, this life is so terrifying and perilous. And I guess if I had to pick a name for myself, it'd be Honors His Seeker. Because Aiden died saving his pack, and he knew he was going to. You know how spirits are. I've come to learn how they are. They can be very coy, but they can also be very honest, and they can see things that we can't necessarily without their help. And I remember our last conversation, and I remember the feeling I got that he was saying goodbye because he knew what was coming. And I guess even though we're not of the same tribe or the same moon or anything like that, I kind of think of him as like a dad, a guru dad. And I would never want to do anything to tarnish his perfect 1-0 record of kin seeking by being a fuck up or being corrupted or anything like that.
Well, I've met you for 3 minutes now, and you seem like a good kid. So,
Thanks.
I don't know this Aiden, but as a child of Gaia, I can safely say, regardless of tribe, auspice, whatever, if you can build that kind of relationship, the one where you can look at someone else and see a piece of Gaia in them, something to love and cherish and strive for, you already got your life set, man.
Yeah, I've been working here and learning as much and as fast as I can because I want to go back someday. I mean, I was born and raised in Tampa. That's my home.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, I if there's anywhere that I want to assist in all of this, it's there because they are the kindest, most dedicated guru I've ever met. And I mean, this is our tribe, man. Like, we're all here. We're all children of Gaia, and this is what we do. But if anyone could have easily been children of Gaia, it's them. With how dedicated they are to this, with how they're not giving up the fight by turning something that was believed to be forsaken or lost into something and keeping it after it had just been completely written off by everyone before them.
As Terrance sort of goes over this, explanation of like purpose and motivation, Izzy sort of immediately weaves together that, he's talking about that place. And his motivation, as much as he wants to be supportive in this moment, changes. And that smile gets a bit stiffer as he goes, so you're from Tampa?
Yeah, born and raised.
Been to the Sept down there?
Yeah. Was there for the original Cairn building. Was there, had a couple of visits in between. And in fact, I've seen a couple of them come through here. In fact, when you mentioned Charles, even though nobody else knew them, I will never forget Charles, as long as I live.
I can see he left the same impression on you as he leaves on everyone else.
You say I was born for it. I say, how did that guy become it? Who wears a suit all the time? I think he sleeps in the thing.
He does. I can attest. But, and at this, Izzy seems very conflicted, because on the one hand, he has a rather selfish mission to find Charles, but the more Garu are sort of like in the circles of relationships, the less and less he feels like he can justify his actions, and especially as he looks at Terrance, who just shared with him his, hopeful deed name and, the teacher that inspired him to fight for Gaia, and he feels that clench as he goes, yeah, why don't you tell me about the Sept, like the packs there? That I'm honestly very interested in some of the people that might be coming and going, because I've heard a lot of good things, but I'm also wholly unfamiliar, and, well, as I explained to your elders, I am on a pinpoint search for one Charles Albrecht. And they seem to know the last name, although a lot of people in the nation sometimes do, depending on where the Silverfangs get their hooks. Still, Terrance, I don't want to pressure you into sharing something you might feel is uncomfortable, but I would truly like to know. In fact, if you are looking for a homecoming, I'm in the mood for a travel mate. I don't exactly know where the Sept is. People are giving very general locations about lakes and this and that, but I've never been to Florida. I'm going to be honest. I don't know anything about anything.
Well,
So-
Tampa's going to make it that much harder for you if you don't want to get lost, but
And
I can show you the way there.
okay,
But you got to understand, I'm from the streets, and you don't take somebody back to your mama's house without knowing why. You said you're on a pinpoint search.
yeah. Well, it's a story. How much are you interested in knowing? Because I could be very brief about this. But if you want to...
I only changed like a year and a half ago, and I've
you
had
poor
to hear
baby.
every
Okay.
lecture about spirits and what being a theurge is. If you think I can't be patient, you are wrong. So lay it on me.
Okay, we'll start with the Arun angle. I don't know if you've had many experiences with the Arun side of the nation. Strength and glory and all that.
Few of them have come through here. They definitely make their presence known, for sure. As you know, a Children of Gaia Arun is not your typical Arun.
No, I found that out at the first Children of Gaia moot I went to. And, God, it was so long ago. I want to say, before I get started, I'm happy that Aiden found you and gave you a first change that was kind.
Surprisingly so.
Myself, yeah. Myself, many other Garu did not have that. I killed 2 people, classmates. And I spent a good week or 2 hiding because I didn't know what I was. I didn't know what was banging around in my head, these whispers, the rage, none of it. And the first pack that found me was not like Aiden. They saw me. They saw that I was an Arun, and they did as the old nation does. Now, I don't know if you are, well, you seem very athletic, but I did not used to look like this. And with that, he just sort of gestures at himself, the sort of like, tensed out muscle, a fighter physique. I used to honestly look more like you, if you can believe it, just a lot leaner. I was a runner. I did cross country. And that was not an image that the pack that found me was happy with. And so they toughened me up in ways that usually involved a lot of pain. And it was not a happy ride. But I don't want to dwell on that. In the introduction to the nation, I found other people that I could say for certain I cared about. Some of them Garu, but it was at a point in my life that I honestly thought about just dying. It's kind of hard to still talk about, but seeing you find purpose like that makes me feel happy and hopeful that in a world as corrupted by the worm, that there are still moments where you still feel like life means something. And wouldn't you know it, in that warmth of companionship, I found a pack. The Wicked Leaves. Not that you've heard of them. But
No, too young for most of that.
don't worry, very small. It was my first pack. And judging by the sounds of it, you haven't had the full Garu experience of fighting the worm. And so, as part of a pack, you will do things that are honestly insane. Just the degree of combat and danger that you are going to be subjected to. And as an Arun, we get the first taste of it usually.
Yeah,
And so-
Aiden used to say first one in, last one out.
Oh yeah. Well, on that note, one of our big missions was at a sketchy little biolab off in the middle of an underground bunker. And we cracked it open, and it was filled with Banes, and we had to get out. And true to Aiden's wise words, I was the first one in and the last one out. And unfortunately, that lab was built to withstand, I assume bombs, but honestly probably Garu. And so there were a number of security protocols, including a massive blast door. The thing is designed to, I don't know, the sort of crushing power of a tank. And, well, last one out means you had to hold the door. And with that, he holds up his arms, and on both ends, there are these massive just scars. Lost my arms. But the Garu way, the Arun way, sacrifice means you're one of the good ones. And so, by the time I healed and the pack had given pats on the back, we were happy for our next mission, you know, we really did some good, I get pulled. Much like you, I too have elders, and they said, we need you to go somewhere. I said, how long? They said, until further notice. And like the good little Arun I am, I said, okay. And I met a bunch of other Garu, who apparently also were, you know, up-and-comers, I guess. You know, they did a big thing somewhere, and at the end of it, we were under the impression that they wanted to make us a pack. Okay. Maybe, you know, I did most of high school. Maybe it's like an AP course thing, right? Like the government, the nation has stuff like that, right? And so, long after I had chosen Unicorn, I did as a child of Gaia does. That's broach topics with my fellow packmates. We air grievances, we figure out personalities, and try to build a coalition. And, I mean, I don't want to take pride too much, but at the end of it, without much fuss, the rest of the Garu said, hey, Izzy, you should be leader. You brought us together. I'm like, okay, for the nation. And then 2 seconds later, a Silverfang, wearing a suit, walks in and says, I challenge you. And I don't know if you've seen Charles fight.
I don't think I'd want to, from what I've heard.
He beat my ass so bad. I didn't even know what way my tail was going by the end of it. And he did it in Glabro. That was my first introduction to Charles. And as much as I want to say he was always this this monster, this cruel thing of Silverfang nobility or whatever the fuck, it just kept going, as life tends to do. 1 month with the pack became a year, then several years. Honestly, it was half a decade. And that impression of Charles stuck with me, but also I got a little bit more of an insight with him. And it was in that I almost forgave him. But by the time we were set to I don't even know what. Do Gaia proud. You left. Just boop. Gone. No word. No note. We tried calling his uncle, blocked our number, and we were left on our own. Everything with that pack. Years. Just bleeding together. Me trying to find common ground with him, and he just fucks off. And at this point, Izzy is getting, like, visibly angry. Like, the rage is beginning to really boil up. And so, when the pack falls apart, all of a sudden, I'm the one left holding the fucking bag. And I try to keep it together. I really do. But at the end, just people are people. Garu are Garu. And the next thing you know, you're up answering a fellow packmate's call that their wild pack in the hills of Montana are getting abducted by spirals, and you go out there to investigate, and one of your packmates gets just, I don't know what idea got into his fucking head, Paulo, that fuck. He betrayed us, led a bunch of black spiral dancers. One of our pack died, and from there, the pack was over. And to this day, and into the future, I blame everything on Charles Albrecht. I need you to understand, Terrance. I am not going down there to be nice or make friends. I am doing what an Ahroun has to do. And an Ahroun fights and they die. That's it. And if the pack's gone and I don't have anything else left, at least they're going to make a good song.
Terrance has been quietly contemplating and listening very attentively to everything you have to say. I'm sorry that happened to you. That's horrible. And I can see why you'd be so angry. I know the first instinct I had after hearing that Aiden was gone, I got very angry too, because I felt like if he knew, why didn't he say it? Why didn't he tell me? And maybe I could have done something. I should have done something about it. Then I came to learn we're not entitled to all the answers. Even as Guru, definitely as humans. We don't know everything. We don't know the reasons, the motivations, the We just don't know. And that's not in any way to diminish what you experienced or what you're struggling with or what you're doing, but I'd say this. I would be very sad to lose in a room like you when there's so few Guru coming around, changing. I hear there's less and less every year and that the death tolls are continuing to mount. So it seems like we need every able body we can get if we're going to have any impact on this war. I'm not saying you shouldn't be angry. I'm not saying he can't be your motivation. But maybe, just maybe, you can take some words of wisdom from a guru who just learned the difference between his ass and a hole in the ground, guru speaking. Be better, not bitter. Going and throwing your life away to make, what, a point to have a grievance? I mean, I've never really understood the purpose of challenges. Most of them seem really silly. But a little bit of patience, a little bit of empathy, a little bit of understanding, maybe even a conversation would have made the difference. But I also understand when someone's driven and set their mind on something. And if that's what you think is going to bring you peace and resolution and closure, who am I to tell you what to do? But what I can tell you is there's a lot of more deserving things to hit. A lot more battles to be had that aren't against one another. That aren't going to amount to very little, because they're not going to bring anybody back. They're not going to answer the questions that need answering. And if you're lucky, maybe there'll be a song, but you don't control what kind of song it is. Could be a bad one. And I think from everything I've learned about you in these couple of hours, you deserve a good song. A heroic song. You can honor those that you lost, just like I'm trying to, by continuing the fight in the right direction. The last thing I'll say on this is, if time has passed, are you the same person you were right before he left? Because maybe he's not the same person you remember either. I mean, the suit, all that is still very much there, but I didn't get the Alpha Arun energy off of him. What I got was, I don't know, but he and Jester have something going on, even though they try to hide it.
He and malicious Jester.
Yeah. Maybe he's changed. And maybe what happened to him and you wasn't in his control. Or maybe it was. But wouldn't it be better to find out first than just throw the immovable object against the irresistible force and see what is left? Just something to consider. Ours is a way of peace and understanding. Otherwise, we'd all be Fenris. That's the right one, right? The one that broke off and is causing all the problems? Okay, yeah.
That's the one. Kent,
Mhm.
I don't know if anyone's ever asked this in this game before. Is there a roll you can make to convince Izzy?
If you
'Cause-
want, you can give me a wits and insight check, and I will use a set difficulty. And if you beat that difficulty, you can make up your own mind. You can stay stubborn. But if you fail, then yes, I will say that his arguments are very convincing.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be apt here. What is Izzy's rage right now?
I would say probably a 3, as you were getting ramped up, reliving that story.
That is a botch.
I will say
Mhm.
that he has made a very convincing point. And maybe it leans more towards the be better, not bitter. That is the most convincing part. Out Arun, the Arun, effectively, rather than just being another sacrificial lamb that'll probably be forgotten. Maybe that sticks with you. However, I will leave you the opportunity to make up your own mind in your first encounter with him, but you won't jump straight to aggression unless something provokes that aggression. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so. Is he from a relative stranger? Here's the story, and even without realizing it, both him and Terrance sort of do as Unicorn dictates. They build a connection, they share, they, discern and discover and heal. And even though he necessarily didn't want it, he wanted to just sort of like hold on to the anger. As Terrance finishes, he sort of looks down, sort of sifting one of the last bags of seeds before glancing at his arms. Wounds he got far before Charles, and perhaps in a long time remembers that maybe indeed there are things beyond hate. As he What did you want your deed name to be again?
Honors his seeker.
You tell me the next moot you're going to be at. And I suck at the songs, but I'm going to be up by that fucking bonfire telling every Garu at that moot what happened here, okay?
Yeah. Well, we obviously made up a place for you to stay the night, but if you want, we can head out first thing.
I don't know why, I just feel a bit tired all of a sudden. I think I'm going to stay one extra night, if that's all right.
Of course. Vendettas and grudges do that. They're exhausting. That's why.
You have experience?
Oh,
or is
yeah.
that what people do?
Oh, yeah.
okay,
I was
okay.
bullied as a kid, and I lived a very tough life growing up, but I got to be better. I'm a guru. I'm fighting for the good of the planet. I don't even know if they're alive or dead, if they're doing anything, but it doesn't matter. I'm doing something. Something great. So what does it matter what they're doing? What does it matter what they're up to? Can they talk to spirits? Can they save the world? Maybe they can, but I know I am. The rest is just blah blah.
Izzy, without much of a additional word, goes in the most Arun way imaginable, just a light punch in the shoulder.
Despite the lightness of it, you can see that he does kind of recoil a little bit, but then just waves it off with a smile. You realize just how small he is, even for a Guru. He is very kind of a little bit lanky, although it looks like some muscle has come in, probably from the training. And he's still a good couple of inches below 6 feet tall. But something about the way he spoke made him seem so much bigger. And not in an intimidating way, but in an almost wrap you in a hug kind of way, a bear hug kind of way. So as you go to sleep that night, you don't dream about what happened. You don't relive the past. You just rest. Dreamlessly, peacefully, in an almost rejuvenating way. For tomorrow, your journey, albeit altered, continues. And with that, we bring this story to a close, but not without a few last scenes. Our first scene is Aspen. Aspen gets a text message on her phone. Text message is from Suni, who says, "Do you smell what I smell?" And then a investigator emoji with the little eyepiece. The next scene is Izzy and Terrance arriving at a sign that's the Tampa city limits. After a couple of days of travel, they have returned home. And the look on Terrance's face is of such joy and peace, like someone who's like a dog or a soldier returning home to be greeted by a really happy dog. But also you could see a little bit of tinge of sadness, as this is the first time he's been back since. And home is ever evolving and changing, whether you're there or not. Our next scene is of Murphy sitting at his computer. You receive a message on one of the forums from the wolf that hunts sheep. And it says, "I may have some information from you. We should meet." And then finally, Matthias, sitting in his hotel room on the phone. "I've told him several times that you want him to return home. He just ignores me every single time. I can tell him again if you'd like." "Oh, you're coming down. I'll make sure we have a place waiting for you." And then as he hangs up the phone, his eyes flash a red. And that's where our story comes to a close this evening. I know this was a mega session, so thank you all for sticking with us. And go tune into Hellhounds this Friday over on YouTube to see what happens with Raymond and the rest of those crazy, crazy misfits as they continue their journey. And we'll be back next week with another episode of Rage Across Tampa. Go sign up for the Ko-fi so you can see the Rosebud Thorns from this amazing session and much, much more. And you will be supporting this amazing channel and these amazing people and all of the amazing. For them, I'm Kent. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next time. Have a lovely evening, everyone. This has been a St. Petersburg by Night production, produced in agreement with the World of Darkness and Dark Pack. Visit our website at stpbynight.com for more information about all of our productions and how you can become part of our community. Thank you for listening, and until next time, fangs, stakes, and claws out.